Honk. That's what I'm talking about. What's going on, everybody? Welcome, Arvanauts. Welcome, everyone, to a Friday night stream. It is Friday night, and I'm feeling all right. It's September 30th, the last day of September, which is, again, hard to believe. I feel like we have blown through the month of September, but we are here, and the time has come to play some Into the Unknown. I hope you're ready for some D&D with viewers. I am excited to get back into it. It's actually been, I think, 3 months, actually a little over 3 months, since we played this last. The last time I played this, I only got about 2 hours into it, and then I had to stop because I was feeling under the weather, and I got sick, and I was sick for a couple of days afterwards. So tonight, hopefully, that is not going to happen. I assume and hope that I'll be fine today, and that we'll be good to go as we move into some Into the Unknown for the final stream of September. A couple of quick reminders about ways to support us here on the channel. If you haven't done so already, please follow the channel. Please check out our YouTube with !ArvTube. Discord is !ArvCord, where you can hang out with the Arvanauts in between streams. Twitter is !ArvTweets, I should say, is the Twitter, where you can always, we will always be hanging out over there, and you can follow me for various announcements and things like that relating to my, streaming, but also other things that I am involved with. So that is a good way to keep connected to me and what I'm doing. And the website, of course, is arvanelleron.com. Financially, !ArvTreon is the Patreon, currently sitting at 19 patrons, $1.90 per month. You can get cool stuff for yourself and cool stuff for the channel. !Arv Shop is the merchandise area where you can get stuff for Infinity and Beyond, Adventures of Middle-earth, soon to be Expedition from the Mysterious Peaks as well. And of course, subscribing to the channel is always a good thing as well. Subbing and resubbing would be much appreciated if people can do that, because that definitely helps us too. The biggest thing that I'm asking people to do right now is really to spread the word. I would really love to be able to get more people in here on a more regular basis, and so letting people know about the show is a great way to do that, and having them stop by so they can check out the stuff that we're doing over here would be very much appreciated if you could do that. On the publishing side, !Icarus for my Icarus graphic novel, !Library for my Tales and Tomes from the Forbidden Library, my 5e adventure and source book from Alligator Alley Entertainment. What's up, Rising Tides? Arv Thingdy. And there it is. And of course, !Grayshade is my Grayshade link where you can go over and pre-order. This is a game that came out, of course, this is a book, that came out on May 31st. The novel for Grayshade came out, but the next two novels, Renegade and Heretic, which are the next two sequels in that series, are going to be coming out next year and the year after, respectively, as is the tabletop role-playing game being designed by the person who has just been kind enough to type in !Grayshade. Brendan O'Brien will be doing that, and that will be coming out next year. Also, the audiobook from one Mr. Trent Sparks is going to be coming out as well, so you can order copies of all those things and pre-order them and get involved on that as soon as you possibly can. So it will be great. Very excited for that. That's going to be happening soon. Hi, Emily. And then we have got, of course, as always, !BLM, Black Lives Matter. Very important to affirm and assert the significance and importance of Black lives. !Help Now, which is the World Health Organization page on suicide prevention. Important to reach out to others when you need help and to reach out to others when they need help as well. And !Ukraine, Ukraine, to help the people of Ukraine as they continue to fight back against an illegal and illegitimate war being waged by not a good person. And this is a way to be able to step up and to help in our own way as these people are dealing, of course, with a devastating and awful war that they are fighting back bravely. Nonetheless, they still need assistance, and this is a way that we can help do that even in a small way. Now, quick note on schedule. So today we have got Into the Unknown. Tomorrow I'm going to be doing some more Lost and Random. time. I have started working out schedules right now, and so I should be able to have that available to everybody within the next 3 to 4 days or so. I will have a tentative schedule up, and that schedule is always a little bit, again, sort of up and down a bit, up until we get to about a week in, and then usually at that point it solidifies for the month. So, but that's what we've got going on right now. I will say that on Sunday, we are going to have an unusual Sunday cast for me, Sunday from me, that is, which is going to be from 7:30 to 10 o'clock or so. We will have our makeup of Expedition from the Mysterious Peaks. This was supposed to happen last weekend on Saturday, but we had to reschedule because of a player conflict, and so we are going to be making that up this Sunday. Not something I usually do. I usually cannot stream on Sunday because I've got a bunch of stuff going on, usually including work, but I am able to do that. Afterwards, I will have to be right back into dealing with work and stuff like that. But I really wanted to see if we could at least get that session in because I did not want to miss it. And so that's going to be happening on Sunday, an unusual 7:30 to 10 o'clock or so p.m. Eastern time. And then next week, of course, we've got a bunch of stuff with GOG and more tabletop stuff and more Lost and Random. We'll have more of the Negocios Infernal Salons going on, Negocios Infernalis, of course. There was a very cool one that we had last night. I got a chance to watch a little bit of that while I was driving home from school from C.S. Cooney and Carlos Hernandez. That was a lot of fun. Some very good poems there that I heard. So, yeah, there's going to be more of those coming up. So you'll need to check in for all of this stuff. And don't forget, this coming month, coming in October, at the end of the month, we will have our special Halloween show with our Edgar Allan Poe readings. So that is always a lot of fun. You will not want to miss that. But for right now, what we've got going on is a little bit of Into the Unknown. And so let me, let's see. So let's get rid of, nope, I didn't want to do that. I wanted to do that. That's what I wanted to do. And, oh, actually, you know what? I take that back. I want to do that. I do want to keep that on. What I wanted to get rid of, actually, was this. And last but certainly not least, I wanted to do that. That's what I wanted to do. What's up, everybody? Good to see you all. I hope everyone is doing well and is looking forward to the stream today as much as I'm going to be looking forward to it. Camera's a little messed up because we had a couple of... I was up here with little Larv helping her with some homework before. Let me just move that chair out of the way. I forgot about that. Forgot about that bad boy. That chair has to go over here. There we go. Okay. So that is all taken care of. So yes, so we have some Into the Unknown that we're going to be doing tonight. Now, for those of you who did not see this last time, you will know that we do fighting fantasy game book things on here from time to time. I want to get back to those, but it's been very difficult because Tari hasn't been able to do them, basically because of a variety of things. So yeah, no, it's not. It is not Cloudy Mountain. It is, however, very retro, and I guess you could say, because we're going to be doing this together, and this does actually use the retro power of actual D&D, I guess you might say. Although I don't know, I suppose that's not as retro as one might theoretically think. But it's good to see you nonetheless, Inti. All right, let's put this here. I agree. Retro is cool. Okay, so I'm going to fire up ArvBot here, ArvBot Plus. This, of course, brought to us by the inimitable and amazing Effect Life. And I think I have our character, although I have to find where he is. Let's see. It might be in here. I hope this is where I put it. No. Did I put it in D&D stuff? Shoot. Okay, let's see. Hold on. Into the Unknown. All right, there's that. Yes. Ha ha ha. Yes, indeed. I was not let down this time around. Okay, good. That's excellent. All right, so what I will do is I will pop this up. In case you're wondering what I'm ha-haing about, I had to track down and find ArvBot Plus, and I have the character I need to put up here as well. So first of all, let's put up these polls, because I'm going to need those polls. there's that. Let's try that again. Properties, polls. Haha, okay. There's that. So there's our poll. And we're going to put that down like that. And we have to put our inventory up here. So let me make sure that I grab that as well. In fact, I'm going to rename this. That's ArvBot Plus. I'm going to rename that polls. All right. And then I'm going to window capture, and I'm going to say ArvBot Plus. Oh, you didn't know about this? Yeah, ArvBot Plus. So the original ArvBot was from Netawin. ArvBot Plus is the thing that I use for my polls that are on the actual screen. And Effect Life did them. One of my viewers did these and put all of this stuff together. So you have the original Outdoor Survival from the 70s. I don't even know if I know what that is. What is Outdoor Survival? Okay, ArvBot Plus. But this time it's character and inventory window. Okay. And it looks like that. Okay. So there we go. Now we're cooking with gas. Okay. So, because it's important that people can actually see what the heck is going on with these right here. Yeah, no, we've had this for a while, actually. And eventually I'm going to have to put together an overlay for this as well. But for right now, I want to make sure that I can be seen. And actually, I think I will reduce myself. You don't need to see me that much, do you? Okay. We're going to put this down there. And we're going to move this. We'll actually put this up over here. What's up, Rudnell? Okay. No, this can go here. This, myself, can go here. Lovely. All right. I think that's just about right. I want to move that in sequence with that. And then put that let's put that like that. Okay. No. Okay. And then we are going to get rid of this banner after all. It's like the fourth time that I changed my mind about keeping this or not. And, okay. It is not a 5e game book. No. It is not a 5e game book. It is actually a full D&D module, and I will explain how this works. So this is a game which is called Into the Unknown. This was a solo module. It's by a company called Pacesetter Games, and I actually backed them some time ago. Gosh, I don't even know when exactly. Okay, that's obviously not right. Can we do the roll 20, please? There we go. So I backed them back in the day, probably last year or something like that, because this is basically a full-out D&D module, but for solo play, designed for solo play. And I liked the idea of it. And so I wanted to give it a try and sort of see what we all came up with. And I have not been disappointed. This is actually what I wanted to do. But the reason, by the way, that I didn't put this on the sort of main game window is that my main game window is sort of not suited for this. So I wanted to wait because I actually wanted feedback from chat about how to put this together. And hopefully once I do this once, I won't have to do this multiple times. At least that's the working theory. Okay, let's move that down. Right, okay. So there we go. Let's move that like that. Even with a Roll20 map. Yes, well, in fairness, I did have to import this from the PDF. In fairness, it isn't completely a Roll20 map, but you get the idea. Actually, you know what? Why do I have to show the whole thing? I don't have to show the whole thing. I can do what I want. I'm a strong Twitch TV host, and I can do what I want. All right? Okay. There we go. So now I think we are just about set. Let me reduce this slightly. Okay. Oh, that's good, Arudinel. Yeah. A kitchen cabinet. The PC is running stable. Well, I'm glad that it's running stably. That's good. I'm glad that it is running stably. Okay, good. I like this. All right, I think this works well. Now we have one more thing we have to add, which is I want to add the adventure title text to this too. And we're going to put this down there, but instead of calling it Ghosts of Saltmarsh, we are going to call that something else. We are going to call this D&D with viewers into the unknown. Into the unknown. Okay. Hercules moth. Hercules. Well, I'm... This is what happens, though, when you challenge something called a Hercules moth. I feel like that was just always going to happen then in that situation. I'm sorry to hear that, but it's kind of funny in retrospect, but I'm sure it was not funny at the time. I'm sure that was very much the opposite of funny when it first happened. Okay, so here we are. So now we've got what we need to have. So you will notice that we have got Norel Navra is our character. It is a level 1 Halfling Bard, although that's about to change because it's actually level 2 Halfling Bard. And what we did in our last session, I will sort of try to summarize it as best I can. What we did in our last session is that we are the most recent graduate. Actually, let me throw some music up on here too. Do I have any music? I do. Let's put some music up on here. Not Lost Mine because we've left the mine now. Let's go with some, how about some tavern music? There we go. I love it. Okay. Perfect. It's just a huge moth. Yeah, in retrospect. Hello, Triffid. Hello, everybody. Okay, so here we go. So in our last session, this is what we did. We are the most recent graduate, and by we, I mean our character Norel Navra, who is, as you can see, a halfling bard, who is chaotic good, very tolerant of any and all beliefs. Our aspiration is we're determined to be the greatest at what we do. Our honor defines us. We struggle with trusting anyone we come across. Our background is we're an entertainer. Our skill proficiencies are that we are an acrobat, that we are, where's my thing? Right there. Acrobatics and performance. We have tool proficiencies in disguise kit and one type of musical instrument, which is, I think, a shamisen. I hope I pronounced that right. We have bardic inspiration, and we are lucky. We have cantrips of dancing lights, vicious mockery. First level, we have charm person, detect magic, healing word, and thunder wave, and we had one spell slot left, although that is going to change. We've got a +1 longsword and a rapier. We have got, as you can see, 11 strength, 13 intelligence. We have 14 wisdom, 17 charisma, 14 con, 16 dex, 14 AC, 16 out of 16 hit points, 43 gold, and 18 silver. So that is what we are looking at in terms of our character at this point. Yep, only 2 weeks to CanCon. That's right. That's right. So we are the most recent graduate of Farador Keep, which is the most prestigious college in all the lands for adventurers, that is to say. And we are more than capable of setting out to go on our adventures. And so we are going to take our first quest from the college itself. And so our first quest was to travel to Ironclad Mine, east of Farador Keep, to investigate the disturbance that caused the mining crew to abandon the mine. And what we discovered there were two things. First of all, we discovered that there were a lot of kobolds. We got kind of knocked around by one of them. We beat the hell out of another one, so that was good. But we also noticed that there was another deep, dark secret, and that was the discovery of a spider. We found, in fact, deep in the abyss, as it were, we found this creature, this spider, which we were forced to defeat. We did successfully do so. We were able to defeat it, but it was not the easiest thing to deal with at times. So, but we did manage to fight it back, and then we managed to, having done so, we could go back and report what we found. And so, let's see. Oh, and I have actually a picture of that. I wonder if it shows, if it's listed as one that's here. Let me see if we had one. we had this one. Bear with me a second. Okay. Into the unknown. Yeah, it was this guy. That was the dude that we fought. But we defeated him. We took him down because, you know, we're adventurers. That's what we do. This is the Hercules moth. This is a real-life actual representation. That's a Rudinel right there. And that was him fighting the Hercules moth earlier today. I know it looks like a spider, but it was an even deadlier moth than normal. It was a Hercules moth, also with spider impact. So just to be clear, that was what happened. I don't know if you knew that a Rudinel lives in a cave, lives in a tunnel, but that's a real-world representation of it. And it was much more fearsome. It was on fire. Well, I mean, yeah, as you can see, you obviously took a torch to it. So yeah, it was on fire. I mean, that's kind of the point. You know, that was the idea. Anyway, okay, but once the spider was destroyed, then we left and we ended up going back to our the person who sent us out. Now, the person who gave us our quests, kind of our mentor at Farador Keep, is a character, is a dwarf named Alfie. And in case you're like, well, who is this Alfie? I'm glad you asked. I have a picture of Alfie, actually. And I'm going to put him up right now. Nope, wrong one. There's Alfie. There is Alfie. And as you can see, Alfie is definitely giving us that look of good work. Let's see if you can do that again, you know, type of thing. So basically, this is what we have right here. This is Alfie. This is our boy Alfie right here. And Alfie was very happy with us for having completed the quest. He's not a dwarf, sorry, he's a gnome, I beg your pardon. And he has a look of concern on his face, as you might be able to tell. And he is generally, it says, an upbeat and eccentric gnome. Only a serious matter could bring him down. He looks up and says, "Yes, yes, you did well. Here's your reward. And now the real work begins." Now, we received 25 gold pieces for completing the adventure, which I believe I have already taken account of. He looks like a neighbor of yours from some time ago. I think we've already taken account of this thing, as we are sitting at 43 gold, so that's good. But also, we have leveled up to level 2. So that means we have gone up to level 2. So let's take a look here quickly at level 2 for the Halfling Bard. Right. So at level 2, we still have a +2 proficiency bonus, but we have a new feature and a Song of Rest. So let's talk a little bit about that. Plus, we also know an additional spell. So we're going to know an additional spell, and I'll talk about that in just a moment. So let's keep this in mind here. Oh, that's cute. You're going to try to tell me about that. All right, let me get my player's handbook. Hold on. Hey, Mrs. Dunsell. Hi, Prince Justin. Hello, everyone. Happy Friday. So we've got a bard. Right. So here is the information we need to have, that we need to know about a bard at level 2. Okay. First of all, at level 2, we can add half our proficiency bonus, rounded down, to any ability check we make that doesn't already include our proficiency bonus. So basically, we can be kind of proficient at anything, even stuff that we're not actually proficient at. So please remind me about that if I actually forget. Also, we have the Song of Rest. So at 2nd level, we can use soothing music or oration to help revitalize our wounded allies during a short rest. If you or any friendly creatures, which means us mostly, I think. Oh my god, loud. So one thing that annoys me about Roll20 is I wish it would make a playlist consistent with one volume. It doesn't remember it until after it's gone through it once, and then every time you go into a new thing, it has to like do it again, which is annoying. Anyway, so we regain an extra 1d6 hit points at the end of our short rest, and those hit points increase when we reach certain levels in this class. So right now, it's a Song of Rest, so an extra 1d6 hit points when we do a short rest. So let's put that down here. So we have got Bardic Inspiration. We have got, right, level 1, Bardic Inspiration. We've got Song of Rest, 1d6 extra HP during short rest. Okay, and then we're lucky. Okay. Wow. I'm judging you? How am I judging you? I'm judging you as the best people. That's always the case. I do not judge. Oh, you don't mean me. You mean Alfie. Well, yes, Alfie is definitely judging you. That's fair. I don't know whether but I don't know whether he's sort of obligated to judge us. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like maybe that's just his thing, you know, is that like he's supposed to judge us, like, because otherwise he wouldn't be. I don't know. Listen, you know, sometimes these things happen. Okay. Now, chat, I have a question for you, which is that we have also gained at level 2 an additional known spell. Now, we know we have 3 spell slots. We know different cantrips and stuff like that, but we know a different spell than we did before. Now, we started by knowing we had a grand total of 2 spell slots, and now that we're up to this next level, now level 2, we are going to be up to 3 spell slots left. So that's good. And right now it's just first level, so that's all that matters at that point. Hi VOD Arvin Eleron. What's up, Dragon Spear? Yes, no, Alfie definitely, I would agree that Alfie is 100%. Alfie is for sure judging you. Okay, so first level, we've got 4 spells right now that we actually know, and of course we've got 2 cantrips that we know. But right at the moment, we know 4, but when we gain a level, we can choose this. So when we reach 3rd level, you can learn 1 new spell. And the thing I'm trying to remember here is, because we now know 5 spells at... Oh, so we know another first level spell. Okay. So, because we've got, because we have 3 spell slots. Oh, no, that's not right. So 2 cantrips, right. Yes, I remember. So we've got 4 spell slots. So right now we know 2 cantrips, and we've got spots for 3, right? 2 and 2 is what we had before. So, at the point we know 4 first levels. So, we've reached 3rd level in the class. We know 1 new spell of 1st or 2nd level. So, because we have spells known, that means that we have... Hold on a second. Super loud again. Go down a little more, please. Okay. Let's see. So, what we have instead... is we have got an additional, I think, 1st level spell that we actually know. So we still know the 2 cantrips, which our cantrips, of course, are... Our cantrips are Dancing Lights and Vicious Mockery, naturally. So we still know those 2. However, we know 4 1st level spells, but we have we have 3 spell slots here at the moment. Actually... 4. See, the thing that's confusing is it says that you know 4 1st level spells of your choice in the Bard's spell list, right? But if you know 4 1st level spells of your choice, 4 total. So it should be 1 more. Okay. So then we have 1 more spell of 1st or 2nd level. Okay, so then it's 5. So we know 1 more of these 1st level ones. So let's take a look then at 1st level Bard spells. And let's talk about what spells we've actually got available to us, because we know 1 more. So, right now, we have got... That's funny right now. So, right now, we have got Charm Person, Detect Magic, Healing Word, and Thunder Wave. Now, we have some other ones that we could use. We have got Comprehend Languages. We could throw in a Cure Wounds. We do have Cure Wounds as an option for 1st level. We do have something like Disguise Self. Dissonant Whispers is one that often gets a lot of attention. Fairy Fire, although that might not be as useful since it's just the single one of us that's there. Healing Word, so we have that already. We also have Identify, could be useful. Silent Image. We have Sleep, one of the more powerful early level spells. So does Chad have a thought about whether they want... Basically, my question is, do you want attack-driven or defense-driven spells? Because right now we have Charm Person, Detect Magic, Healing Word, and Thunder Wave. We are going to be able to learn one more spell, and then we'll have 3 spell slots to use from those 5. So we have Charm Person, Detect Magic, Healing Word, Thunder Wave. Do you want another defensive spell, or do you want an attack spell, is my question to chat. And I won't put this yet up on... I'm not going to put this actually on the poll yet. I'm just going to put this in chat. Do you folks want more attack-oriented or defensive-oriented? And you can see the spells for yourself. Defensive, attack. Okay, so far I have one of each. Emily also says defense. So 2 defense. I have 2 attack, 2 defense. Not balanced Dragon Spear. That doesn't help us at all. Right now, I need you to decide. You can see for yourself the spells we have. We have to decide if you're going to do other ones. Defense, defense, offense. Literally everyone keeps saying the opposite. Okay, attack. So right now, we have attack is the one that is currently winning. So I'm going to move this like that for right now. And the reason is because it's going to give me more real estate to work with. Put that up here like this. And then we put this like this. Okay. Okay, I think that's better. The gnome just is more and more judgmental the more you look at him, isn't he? Like, the more you see him, the more you're just like, you know what? You looking at me, gnome? You looking at me? You talking to me? Attack. So it looks like we're moving in the direction of attack. Okay, so if we're doing attack, here's what we've got that are on the attack side. We've got Dissonant Whispers, we've got Sleep, or Tasha's Hideous Laughter. So let me give you the 3 options there, okay? We have got Dissonant Whispers, Sleep, and Tasha's Hideous Laughter. So Dissonant Whispers means you whisper a discordant melody that only one creature of your choice within range can hear, racking it with terrible pain. The target must make a wisdom saving throw. On a failed save, it takes 3d6 psychic damage and must immediately use its reaction if available to move as far as its speed allows away from you. On a successful save, the target takes half as much damage and doesn't have to move away. So that's the deal with that. So that's Dissonant Whispers, always a popular one. That's choice number 1. Choice number 2 is Sleep. And Sleep is not something that is quite as loud as this music is. I love the music, but my goodness. Okay, so then we've got Sleep. Sleep basically means that creatures are sent into a magical slumber. You roll 5d8. The total is how many hit points of creatures this spell can affect. It's got a 90-foot range. Creatures within 20 feet of a point you choose within range are affected in ascending order of their current hit points. Sleep is very useful at lower levels. The higher levels you get, the less effect it has, because 5d8 is the total hit points. It doesn't scale upwards unless you start casting it using higher level spell slots. But on a first level spell slot, 5d8 is what you're dealing with. Each creature affected by the spell falls unconscious until the sleep ends, the sleeper takes damage, or someone uses an action to shake or slap the sleeper awake. And so, oh my god, duration is 1 minute. Thank you so much for the resub, Rock God. Welcome, my friend. See, look, there's Alfie, who is judging even Rock God's subscription. Thank you, Rock God. I appreciate it. So you've got Sleep. That's the other option. And then the last option is Tasha's Hideous Laughter. And Tasha's hideous laughter is that a creature of your choice you can see within range perceives everything as hilariously funny and falls into fits of laughter if this spell affects it. Must succeed in a wisdom saving throw or fall prone, becoming incapacitated and unable to stand up for the duration. At the end of each of its turns and each time it takes damage, it can make another wisdom saving throw. On a success, the spell ends. So basically, Tasha's hideous laughter will incapacitate them. So Dissonant Whispers is one target only, Hideous Laughter is one target only, and Sleep is multiple targets depending on hit points. So with all that said, what do we got? Let's see. What do we got? So we've got Tasha's Hideous. That's Prince Justin. Miss Dunsel says Tasha's. What's up, Wispy Song? Good to see you. Tasha says Hideous Laughter. Triffid says Tasha's Hideous Laughter. Okay, so we've got 3 Tasha's Hideous Laughters. Do I have any votes for Sleep or for Dissonant Whispers? Or do I have any other votes for Tasha's Hideous Laughter? What are the votes here? Tasha's Hideous Laughter, Sleep, another Tasha's Laughter. Careless Whispers. Yeah, somebody hears in their head, I'm never gonna dance again. Guilty feet have got no rhythm. Though Dragon Spear wants to pretend, you know he's not a fool. Okay, Tasha also. All right, it sounds like we're going with Tasha. So Tasha is going to be the spell that we know. So we've got 5 spells that we know, and we are going to have a total of, I believe, 3 spell slots to work with it, if I'm not mistaken. Was it 3? I think it was 3. It was 3, yes. So there we go. All right, Tasha's Hideous Whispers. Show me Arvbot. Okay. Tasha's Hideous Laughter, Thunder Wave, and we've got 3 spell slots left. I know it's loud, bear with me. I know what this is from. I listen to this all the time when I'm listening to the Storm King's Thunder podcast. Okay. It's good stuff, but let's turn this down a bit, please. There we go. Cool. All right. And thank you. Yes, I was going to mention that. Thank you, Rising Tides. I have not been good about remembering that. It is September, so 20% off 1 month subs and 25% off gift subs until midnight. So as the Rising Tide says, take this moment to renew your own subscription or bring someone new into the Arvanauts. Thank you for the announcement. That is a good call, Rudenell. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, folks. So good work. We have leveled up. So we're level 2. We are moving on up the ladder, and it is time to talk about Chapter 2, Adventurous Call. Now, here is where we get sandboxy. So here, chat, we're going to actually have a choice about places to go. Believe it or not, places to go and things to see. And I actually think I'll be able to put this up on... Will I be able to put this up on Roll20? I think I will. Let me see if I can... I think I have those maps down there, so bear with me. Hold on. I have complete maps here somewhere. Yeah. Tell me more. Okay, so... Farador map. Oh, I have to put the 2 sides. Okay, hold on. I gotta load up the 2 sides of this. So... Alright, so we're gonna have a chance to see. This is not something which is secret, so I don't have to hide this from any of you right now, because that is not necessary. So... Okay, so I'm going to paste that. Perfect. Save as. Going to move that up there. Okay, into the unknown. I am very excited to be playing this with all of you, seriously. It's been too long since we've done D&D viewers / chat stuff, so I'm excited for this. Okay, Farador map, right side. Okay, and now we're going to... Oh. Really? Did it really load it up that way? Seriously? Seriously? Alright, well... Hang on just a moment then. Silliness. Okay, save this. We're going to do this as the right side. Yes, I want to replace it. I want to replace it with the actual map. Okay, so here we go. So here's the right side of the map. Okay. And we'll get rid of that grid in just a moment. Don't you worry about that. Don't you worry about a thing. Okay. So there's the right side. And then we need to do the left side of the map as soon as we drop that down so it's not so loud. Okay. So we're going to do this. This is because it's been cut halfway. So they did to fit it into a PDF. Which I totally understand that. Okay, so I would like to, let's see, I'm going to crop that, and then we're going to save that as PNG. We're going to do that as Farador map left side. Left side! Okay. And, all right, the left side is going to go here. Line must be drawn here. Okay. And that should almost fit, but not quite. Oh, okay. That's fine, because we can move that like that. Almost. Let's get rid of the grid. Farador map. We're going to be referring to this map a lot according to the game. So this is one of the reasons why... okay. This is one reason why... I want to make sure that we get this right. Please go away. Alright, so I need to put this in slightly. Okay, like that? No. Let's move this like this. Okay, and then we move that like that. Okay, and then we push this down like this. All of this while... I like to think that we're doing all of this while Alfie continues to silently judge us. That's how I'm imagining this in my head. Okay, so now we're going to get rid of that, and then we're going to do the width like this. Okay, there's that. We're going to change that slightly. We're going to make that... Oh, that's not what I meant to do. I meant to do that one more. Okay. Okay. And now we're going to do the height. And we're going to get that up to 20. Okay. Just about set here. 17, 16. Nope, too much. It's too much. Let me sum up. Okay. And let's move that map background. Lovely. Okay. Now, no, I don't want to mess with that actually because it came out really nicely. So instead, I'm just going to go up here. And we're going to do, can I do 16.5? Can I do that? Oh, nice. Okay. 16 point, let's say 3. Oh, so close. Okay. 16 point, nope. 16.2. Oh. All right. 16.1. Are you kidding me? All right. So maybe it is just 16. Yeah, it is. That's me being a little ridiculous about that. Okay. There we go. All right, chat. Sorry about that. But now we got what we needed. So I'm going to, for a moment here, I'm going to move Alfie to the side so he judges us less silently. I mean, he'll judge us silently still, but not to the same degree. Okay, here we go, chat. So, welcome to Farador. This is Farador. Now, Farador Keep is right up here where I'm pinging. You can see Farador Keep is right up there. And, move that there. Farador Keep is right here. And now we have a choice about where we want to go next, because what Alfie tells us is as follows. Alfie's look of despair does not wash away with news of your success. Normally, he would host a small celebration with an adventurer's return after their first solo quest. You can see him peering down at 3 pieces of parchment on a table. He says, Macindeer, Dol Boldar, Starland. They each sent out a call to arms at nearly the same time. This is quite strange, but great for you, I guess. You'll have no shortage of work in the coming weeks, I'm sure of that. He pushes the parchment towards you and says, First up, we have word from an anonymous nobleman in Macindyre. There's Macindyre, chat. In Macindyre, they write that they've caught word of a group of smugglers trafficking in the city. Smugglers are usually handled by the royal guard, but the Queen's best men are out on assignment. They need a graduate, and there is none better than you. If you choose this quest, Sir Roderick will fill you in on the rest of the details. He motions towards the second parchment and says, Starland Bay. And there's Starland Bay, right down there. Starland Bay is home of the Finn folk. I know we don't often take students down to see them, but they're truly good people. Fish folk. I digress. They love to fight their own battles, but since they do fall within Farador's borders, they occasionally ask for aid. And when I say occasionally, I mean it. Haven't seen them ask in my lifetime. Doesn't seem like anything too serious. Some skirmishes with some lizard folk left their best warriors injured. I know you could easily handle that one. And then Alfie grabs the last parchment and carefully lays it in front of you. The flourishing script is written in gold ink, not the normal black. The letters seem to dance as you read it. He explains, I don't have to tell you who this is. Yes, the Bijou Dwarves in Dun Boldar. And there's Dun Boldar, right over there. In Dun Boldar. Should be cast out of Farador, if you ask me. If they didn't give charitably to Lakehaven, I'm sure the Queen would be redrawing the maps as we speak. Excuse me a moment, I have to shut the jukebox down. Good God. All right. Alfie continues. The opposite of the Finn folk, they love asking for help from the keep. Something about a war camp of orcs who slip past the garrison leading to Mog Boldar. Only take that one if you have patience. Personal opinions aside, it may make for an eccentric adventure. Okay, so here are the choices that we have, folks. Yeah, Dumbledore. Finn folk, my people. Different kind of Finn, Darth Sisu. So here's what we've got, folks. The first one is called Mayhem at Macindyre. Remember, Macindyre is over here, right? So Mayhem at Macindyre, and that is described as, your mission is to investigate and stop the smuggling, but we have only one lead to follow up. There's a secret meeting planned at Charlie's Still in Macindyre between a representative of the smugglers and some other unknown person. So that's the first one we could do. Friend of the Finn folk. The Finn folk are down here at Starland Bay. And according to this quest, it says the Finn folk are a quiet, reclusive people who call for aid only if it is most needed. The fiercest warriors were wounded in a skirmish against a band of lizard folk that left Starland Bay, their home, vulnerable. They are requesting a fierce adventurer to protect and serve the bay. So there's that. And the last one is this one over here in Dol Boldar called City of Gold. And this basically says, unlike the Finn folk, the Bijou request help from Farador Keep almost too often. It seems their alliance with Farador has softened them up. They have very little military presence now. However, being in the icy reaches of Dun Boldar means they have few issues with the outside world. The people of Lakehaven recently spotted orcs entering the mountain nearest them. Since the Bijou often give charitably to Lakehaven, someone needs to set off for Dun Boldar to get more information. So we have 3 choices. So I'm going to throw this up here on a poll, chat. Your 3 choices are as follows. What quest should we do? Should we do Mayhem at Macindyre? Should we do Friend of the Finn folk? Or should we do City of Gold, which is the Dun Boldar one? And here we go. Chat, now is the chance to get your votes in. $ vote space and then the number you want. If you want Mayhem at McIntyre, it's vote 1. $ vote space 2 if you want Friend of the Finfolk. And $ space vote vote space 3 if you want City of Gold. Ooh, I have a lot of people who want to check out the Finfolk. Wow, you people want to go down to Starland Bay, huh? Wow, chat overwhelmingly wants to check out the Finfolk. Check that out. I mean, that's great. I'm totally cool with that. But I'm surprised. I didn't think there would be that kind of overwhelming support. I guess y'all are like, I really want to go check out some Finfolk. Maybe you really do think that you're going to hang out with Darcisu. Is that what it is? You're like, I'm going to go to Finland. We're very fishy people. What's up, Tilted? Yeah, apparently. Apparently. All right. Well, I'm going to last call this. This seems very definitive. We have 1 vote for Mayhem at McIntyre. I don't know. They're requesting a fierce adventurer. Do we qualify? Are we fierce? Do we wish to be fierce? You dated a kid named Finn. Ah, they must really need it. That's fair. Yeah, well, I had a feeling after that description that people weren't going to be on board with going to City of Gold, to be like, the hell with those people. I qualify as fierce but ruggedly handsome. Alfie silently judges you, Dragonspear. He's just jealous. All right. Friend of the Finfolk has won. All right, folks. Well, that was definitive. No question what chat wanted to do there. All right, let's do it. So that means we go to Chapter 4. Let's do it. Chapter 4. Actually, I can go up to the Nope. I'll go to the index then. Okay. Chapter 4. Friend of the Finfolk. The Quest. Alfie cheers. Yes, I am glad you picked this one. Siouan is a great man. Fish? He's great. Oh, right, he is the leader of the Finfolk. Make sure to kneel before him. It is a sign of respect in their culture. He's a great warrior, but he is outnumbered, I presume. Starland Bay is on the Border River in southern Farador. I would head down immediately. It seems they are truly in need of a hero. With that, Alfie collects the parchment and leaves you to your adventuring. Now, before we go down there, chat, I do want to ask, because it does tell us earlier on. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, he's just jealous is basically what it comes down to. So, what I am going to ask about here is that we have, various level progression and stuff like that, so that's great. And I want to double check and make sure about stuff that we can get, because I think there's a way that we can buy stuff. So give me just a moment. I want to make sure, I want to see about buying items if we're able to do that. As I'm skipping through maps here, I want to make sure I don't actually look at any of the maps. Oh, okay. So I guess they don't actually have that stuff. He's got the basic thing of that. Okay. Carry all their equipment. You may store as much equipment. Right. You can store items here. But it doesn't look as if there's a whole lot of stuff. Oh, we can. Okay. It does say Farador Steps, so we can buy, sell, or trade goods. Okay. So the question is, chat, just taking a quick look at what we have. So we have got right now, we have got a shamisen. We've got a lock of red-green hair. We have a costume. We have a rapier, a longsword, an entertainer's pack. We have leather armor, a dagger, a shovel, a pickaxe, a rope, and a torch. I don't know that we need anything else right now. I mean, we probably will want something later, like after we get to level 3 or whatever. But I don't know if there's anything anyone can see that we could afford with 43 gold and 18 silver. Does anyone have an idea about something we should be getting? Like that you're like, oh, we definitely need this? Do we have rations? That is a good question. I don't think so. We could probably pick up a set of iron rations, I would imagine. which is just basically enough for usually a week's long. Let's take a look at the equipment here. For equipment, 143. Yeah, because I think we're good on weapons and stuff like that for the moment. But we do not need tools. We already have those. Okay, what I'd really like is equipment list, please. That would be really awesome if you could just not show me weapons, but just the basic items would be very much appreciated. There we go. That's what I'm looking for. So yeah, so rations. So basically 1 day of rations is 5 silver. So if you figure that it takes us, let's say, I don't know, if this takes us like 1, 2, 3, it doesn't really have a scale, but you figure like a week's worth of rations is probably fine. So that would mean we would get 5 silver per day, meaning that we would have to spend 35 silver. So does chat do we want to do that? We have right now, actually, how much have we got? We have got, what did I just say we had before? We have 18, please, not so loud. We have 18 silver, I believe it is, and 43 gold. Okay, so let's see. So 1 gold is 10 silver. So if we wanted to do that, we could basically do... It would cost us 2 gold and all of our silver, basically, and we could get... So we should do that? Okay. So we're going to drop our silver down to 0. And we're going to go down to 41 gold, and then we're going to say that we have rations 7 days. And I'm estimating here, but I'd say it'd take us probably 2 days to get down there. So I'm guessing that I'm going to just list us as having 5 days worth of rations by the time we get down there. I think that's reasonably safe. Okay, cool. So here we go, chat. The time has come. We bid Alfie a fond farewell. Bye-bye, Alfie. And I have a new picture for you, chat. That's right. I have a new picture. And it's about the place where we have just ended up. Okay. Nope, too far. Chapter 4. There we go. All right, we're going to copy that. We're going to do that. We're going to crop. We're going to save as. Oh, this is actually what? Starland Bay. Okay. So let's add this to the mix. So Starland Bay, I'm going to pop this up on chat right now. So here we go, chat. This is what we see when we arrive. Welcome to Starland Bay, everybody. Welcome to Starland Bay. Okay. Traveling to Starland Bay takes no time at all, okay? I'm going to change our rations to 6 days then. Never mind the no time at all. You travel past North Tower, beside Cullfield Farm, past the Huntingale Woods, and then find yourself at the river settlement of Starland Bay. As you approach the village, you see a large humanoid surfacing with fins on his calves, arms, and head. He has the head of a fish, but the body of a man. He is chiseled to the core. However, he appears to limp toward you as he notices your approach. As you get within speaking distance, he says, "Welcome, great adventurer. I thank you for coming in my people's..." I can't. It's going to do the... That's not his voice. I'm very tempted, though, but no. "Welcome, great adventurer. I thank you for coming in my people's time of need." You bow as he begins his speech. He immediately grabs your shoulder and says, "No one kneels for one another here. We are all equals in nature." You chuckle as you realize Alfie set you up. That bastard. The Finfolk continues, "My name is Suyuan. I am the leader of the great Finfolk. I'm sure Alfie explained to you already that we rarely ask for assistance. We prefer to fight our own battles. However, myself and many of my good warriors were wounded on a scouting mission just yesterday. The lizard folk are getting more aggressive. In the past, we agreed to fish different waters and to hunt different grounds. That changed when they attacked a gatherer searching for berries in the forest. The last few warriors I have must stay and protect the village. I need you to travel to the lizard folk's den and take them out at their core. Only a few can be left, as we have taken out a good amount of them already." You take a moment to ponder his request. Suyuan continues, "I would never call for such violence unless it was necessary. We gave them opportunities to go back to the past, but they have no interest. Something is different about them. They are acting more savage than usual. I believe some darker force is driving them. Come, have a meal in town. It is the least we can do for you." You follow Suyuan into the village, where you are met with a glorious greeting. All the Finfolk surround you and praise you for coming. The children give you multicolored stones to show their appreciation, and the elders admired you for having the survivalist spirit within you. The Finfolk cook you a meal of Faradorian river trout and berries. It is quite refreshing. Once the meal is over, Suyuan pulls you off to the side and says, "My last good scout has located the den of the lizard folk. It isn't too far from here. You should get going when you are ready. Oh, and take this. Good luck." Suyuan hands you a potion of healing. Hell yeah! Fish Bro! Handing us a potion of healing. Let's go. That should be, if I'm correct, 2d4 plus 1. Good stuff. All right. So, our mission is to travel to the burrow and take care of the lizard folk warriors who aim to clear the riverlands of the Finfolk. And when we are ready, we can proceed to the next section. Okay. I think we're ready. Let's just make sure that we know here. I want to make sure that I'm in the right spot. Give me 1 second here. Okay. All right, because there's different little, Okay, because it gives... All right, good. So this gives us bit by bit of the map, which is cool. So that's going to give us a little bit of the map at a time, which is useful. So Hugin, I was thinking about that. I don't think they are, but yeah, it did occur to me. I was like, wait a minute. Okay, so since we are ready to go, let's do it. We have gotten what we need. You have traversed the thick forest south of Starland Bay for nearly an hour. Now you find what seems to be the location Suyuan described to you. You see a clearing ahead. As your eyes adjust, oh my god, Wayman Wolf! You search the weeds and find a golden egg. 40 months of adventuring. Bonus, you're welcome. Thank you very much for the resub. I appreciate it. Thank you, Wayman Wolf. Good to see you. Hey, Wayman Wolf, have you, let me know if you've gotten, the item that was sent to you, during my birthday celebration. I wanted to know if you've actually gotten it yet or not. I want to make sure I mark it. By Grabthar's Hammer, what a savings. It's true. You save 30% on resubs. I think it is. 30, 40% on resubs. You save money on resubs. That's my point. So thank you, Wayman Wolf. I appreciate it. It's good to see you. You see a clearing ahead. As your eyes adjust, you see the den's entrance. All is quiet in this glade. So, We have the following choice, which is, I'm going to put this up here. You did get that in the mail, okay. Okay, I'm not sure why it's taking, because other people have gotten theirs so far, so I'm not 100% sure why it's taken longer for yours. But anyway, hopefully sooner rather than later. And I'm glad you did get Gray Shade in the mail. Okay, so we're going to save this, and I'm going to change up the music in just a minute. Okay. It's very odd that we're going into a lizard folk lair here, and in the GOG game that I'm playing, Saltmarsh, we're actually, theoretically, they're trying to help the lizard folk. So, but something's up with these lizard folk, obviously, so. Okay. All right, so let's get something which is more suited for this. Do I happen to have, I wonder if I've got the soundscape of a lair. Do I have the sound? Let's see if I've got something. What do we got? We've got anything there? How about there? No? Okay. How about there? No? How about lair? All right. Let's get rid of that then. Ooh, that seems promising. Okay, let's add that to the game. Let us add that to the game. Put that right into there. And bear with me, I'm going to add another thing here. I want to make sure that I get the right kind of feel here. Not so much with that. Okay. Yep. Okay. How about, what have we got by way of, that seems promising. Yes. Tell me more. Yes. All right. And the last one is, yeah, I love it. Okay. All right, here we go. Let's see what we've got for choices here. How about this? Yeah. Yeah. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, double check it, Wayman, because when I remember when I went to send it out, that they were a little confused at the post office, and he did find the address in the end, but it was a little weird. But just double check that. So, chat, can you hear that music? That sound? Yeah. This is Swamplandia. You should hear it now. How about now? Crickets, bird, frogs. Okay, good. Very swampy. Yeah, that's what we want. Okay. Here we go, chat. So, welcome to the land of the lizard folk. I can feel the bug bites. Okay. All right. So, You have found the entrance to the den of the lizard. Easy for me to say. You have found the entrance to the den of the lizard folk. Now that you have arrived, you have two options. Should we hide behind a tree and scout the area, or should we proceed into the den? And this one is really easy, chat. I'm going to put this up here. We're going to clear this. And we're just going to open that. So there we go. If you want to hide behind a tree and scout, vote 1. If you want to proceed into the den, vote 2. $ vote space 1 if you want to hide behind a tree and scout, and $ vote space 2 if you want to proceed into the den. I love this, man. It's great. Absolutely great. All right, chat. You know, you folks are good. We're in good shape because chat is 100% on board with each other tonight. Chat, like, I mean, I understand there have been votes. You know, we've had a couple of other people voted for other things. But basically, chat has been on board. Like, you are all collectively, you are just there with it. All right, last call, last call. Fireball at will. Going once, going twice. Okay, the winner is vote 1. Okay, so we are going to hide behind a tree. You find a large tree to hide behind as you take in your surroundings. After 5 minutes of scouting, you see movement in the corner of your eye. All right, chat, now here is where you folks start coming into play with your amazing dice rolling. So I'm going to ask us all here to make a stealth check. Now, we do not have proficiencies in stealth, but remember that if we're making a skill check, even if we're making a skill check that we're not proficient in, we're always proficient at half our normal amount. So our proficiency total is 2, which means we get 1. So that means we have a dex of 16, which means our dex bonus would be 3. So if you add 1, it's a 4. So what I need is for one of you lovely folks in chat to roll a d20 and add 4. D20 and add 4. So, can I have a volunteer to roll the dice, folks, for this? 14! He has rolled a 14. All right, let's see if that works. Rock God has taken the bull by the horns, as it were. Okay, if you succeed, we did. Successful stealth. You gracefully move behind a nearby tree. Now that you have a better vantage point, you see a wolf prowling around the den. Oh! It seems not to have noticed you yet. Now, do we wish to use stealth to get into the den? Chat. Are we going to get into this, and I'm going to give a poll here. Do we use stealth to get into the den? If, let's see if that's right. If yes, vote $ vote space 1. If no, $ vote space 2. Now, we are a bard, so we're pretty stealthy. So if you want to try to get into the den by stealth, into the lair, I should say, by stealth, $ vote space 1. If you don't want to get in by stealth and you basically just want to fight the wolf, $ vote space 2. But the wolf has not seen us, so we could sneak in right now. Okay. Gonna last call this. We have 6 votes for stealth, 3 votes for no stealth. I have to say, kudos to Tabletop Audio. They do really good work with a lot of these things. This is good. Swamplandia. Okay. Going once, going twice. All right, so we are going to try to stealth our way in. Then, Rock God, I would ask you, please make another stealth check. Again, D20 plus 4. As we stealth our way into the den, into the lair. Be very quiet, wanting lizards. Yeah, Rock God seems to have some facility with this. I wonder why Rock God knows something about being rangery and stealthy and things. We are indeed. What's up, Crit Twitch? Good to see you. Okay, so we are successful. So we succeed and we walk into the dirt path. You descend the dirt path to a grimy, stench-filled den. On the floor, you easily notice scales and teeth stuck into the earth. The path leads downward to an empty chamber. It leads to the left and the right. Nothing of note is in the den's entrance chamber from what we can see. So the question is whether we are going to go left or whether we're going to go right. Now, it says right here, this map, this little picture that I have up here is areas 1 and 2. So I'm guessing that area, like going left or right, basically means we're coming from up here. So I'm assuming that means we're either going, to the right of your map there, basically, as you're looking at it, or left down below. So we can either go left or right, basically, and it's up to you as to which way you want to go. So, again, simple vote. $ vote 1 is left. $ vote space 2 is right. $ vote space 1 is left. $ vote space 2 is right. Let's see, it's area 3. Yeah, in fact, I'll confirm this. Left is... Yeah, so, okay, just so we know, chat, so just so it's not confusing, I'm going to turn this around for a minute. So this is actually the way that we're looking at it. So if you go left, it means you're literally going to go left the way the map is shaped, okay? And right is the other way. So if you want to change your vote, you can. I'm sorry, that was a little confusing to me too. So we just came in from that bottom little hole area, as you can see. And so basically left is, now you can see where we're going. So $ vote left is 1, that's if you want to go to the left, or $ vote space 2 if you want to go right. And you can now see those two directions, okay? So which way do you want to go, Chad? Left or right? And it looks right now... Oh, Chad is divided on this one. Right now, we got a tie. Right now, we've got these two. We've got tie, 4 and 4. Last call. I actually like the way this looks on stream. It's minimalist, but... In fact, I should probably get rid of that center area for the moment. Yeah. Dark Sinner, you can change that by going $ change vote space and then the number if you want to change your vote. It's good to see you, Dark Sinner, and everyone else. It's good, you know, I'm happy with this. I hope we continue to build turnout, but this is a good start. It's lovely to see you folks. Okay, so there you go. Left or right, left or right. So yeah, let me know if you want to do that change, you can, Dark Sinner. That's $ change vote space 2. And then I'm going to close down this vote in just a second. Going once. Oh, it's tied up. Tied up 6-6. So the next vote is going to do it. The next vote or change vote is going to do this one way or the other. So get your votes in. It is tied up. You still want to. Okay, yeah, that's fine. So, all right. So you're good. Okay. Okay, so we need someone to either change their vote or we need someone who has not voted yet to vote. It is tied up. And Triffid has done so. Okay. So, we are going to close that, and the winner is, I think we said that left was 1, so we're going to go left. Okay. We have got a new area here, chat, and I am going to put that up right now. Okay, so we put this as area. Okay. All right, I'm going to pop this up, chat. Here we go. We have got the following. Okay. As you proceed into this room, you discern where the stench is coming from. The room is filled with animal carcasses. And give me 1 second, actually. Hold on a minute. There's one thing that was a little weird. Give me a sec. Thank you for the sub, J-Rab. What's going on, man? Good to see you. Thank you, thank you. Good to see you, good to see you. What's up? Page 28. Okay, I already did that. All right, I don't know what I was talking about. Okay, so yes, there is a horrid stench that's coming from here, and it's filled with animal carcasses. The smell is almost overwhelming to the point where you need to leave immediately. So, chat, do we want to try to search this room, or do we want to leave and go back the other way? You can see the animal carcasses right there. You have power and internet. Outstanding. That's right. Yeah, I'm glad you have power and internet. How did you come through? That's right, Jay. You know, I talked to, there were a couple of people that I double-checked. My aunt is down in Florida, but is nowhere near there. And so I checked on a couple of people, and I haven't gotten around to everybody. How did you come through? I did see Orlando a little bit. Did not get hit. It got hit, but not as badly. So how are you doing, J-Reb? Yeah, man, I was getting, I had a couple of people that I talked to, but I had not had a chance to check in with you about that. That's right. So how are you? I'm glad you have power and internet, but okay, so we're looking, so we've got 2 votes for search. Anyone voting, anyone else voting for search? Let's just do it this way. Okay, so quick poll. $ vote space 1 is search. $ vote space 2 is not search. Lots of flooding, not personally, but lots of family and friends who have flooding. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I know that I saw a news report about a bunch of people that were in Orlando hotels that were staying there because they knew that it was going to be safer than being down in the Tampa area or even, you know, further south or whatever. I guess it made landfall. Hurricane Ian made landfall in the exact same place where Hurricane Charlie made landfall some time ago. So you can't get in that stanky meat bowl. You can vote not to search if you don't want to, Emily. Yeah, this definitely does not have the feel of a vegan cave, for sure. Did it really? You know, and it's, Jay, it's funny you mention it because I literally just got an invitation to the ICFA, which is that conference that I've gone to a few times. That's where I met up with you. And I just got information from them about March. So I'm going to be, next week, I'm going to be doing a reading on Friday afternoon for the virtual ICFA. And then I got an invitation for their in-person one in March. And I'm trying to decide. It's a little, it doesn't sync up well with my schedule teaching-wise, and so I'm not 100% sure if I can do it, but I'm playing around with the idea that I might do it. I'm not 100% sure. So thank you for the host, Dark Sinner. Looking for pasta in the vegan cave. But I'm glad you're okay, man. Yeah, it's. I know it was scary stuff. Okay, so I don't think I have to last call this because it seems clear that chat wants to search. Okay, so what I'm going to have us do here is I'm going to have us do an investigation check. Now, we do not have proficiency in investigation, but that's okay because what we're going to do instead is we are going to, we're jack of all trades. So that means investigation, which is going to be intelligence, but we get +1 because we get half our proficiency because of jack of all trades. So that means 20 + 2. So if you do me a favor, Rock God, roll 20-sided die and add 2 to it, please. Oh, I would love to. I definitely, I was glad we got a chance to meet up some years ago, man. I would love to do that again, for sure. If I go down there, for sure. We also have friends in the Florida area, not there, but like not that far away from Orlando. Actually, 2 sets of friends. We have one group of people that went to college with my wife, and then one other group of people that we met from when I was living in New York. So Nat 20. Okay, so here's what you discover. Below the animal carcasses, you discover an impossible burger. It is composed entirely of plant material, and it tastes like garlic flavored, vegan friendly tofu. No, I'm just kidding. Sadly, that does not happen. I'm sorry, Emily. Unfortunately, that is not the case. You, what you discover underneath it actually is nothing beyond just the animal carcasses that are there. This is clearly where they've been dumping animals that they've eaten. Impossible was tested on rodents. Oh, God damn it. Well, okay. This was tested on lizard folk, so no. In any case, I was joking. These folks, unfortunately, sadly, they do not have a vegan or vegetarian sensibility. No, it doesn't taste like garlic tofu. It smells pretty bad. So there is nothing, sadly, that you find in this chamber. They do find some bugs, of course. There are some maggots on the meat, but it is not good. Okay. Which means now that you have basically 2 areas out. We can proceed back to the right. We all heard it. The thing is, I honestly was going to say that it tastes a little bit like garlic tofu, but then A, I didn't want to come across as offensive, and B, it doesn't, because I didn't think you would just eat this random ass stuff that's below rotting animal carcasses. So, no, you do not have to roll for catching a disease, thankfully, because you didn't actually do those things. So, chat, we have 2 choices. If you go back to the right, that will lead us back to the area where we just were, where we first came into the lair. Or we can go up. Basically, up is south on this map, because remember, we came from the left-hand side. So let me see if I can turn this around a little bit. So, like, if we go... So we came in basically from the left-hand side, okay? So that means we could either go back that way, but this is the way that we come in sort of facing it. In fact, that's really the way that we come in if we're going straight. So if we go back down, we'll be heading back to the cave entrance, or we can go to the right. So I will again open up a poll, and $vote 1 means we go back to the entrance. $vote space 2 means we go to the right as you're looking at this drawing on the map. So $vote space 1 is back to the entrance. $vote space 2 means we go to the right. And if you remember, there is another way to go back at the entrance as well, but it's up to you what direction you want to go. Definitely we don't want to stay in the place with animal carcasses. That's for damn sure. All right, chat is getting its votes in now. I actually think this looks really good. I'm very happy with how this looks. I mean, it's obviously minimalist, but because of the way the map design works, it just kind of, it feels clear, like, as to what you're actually looking at. So I'm happy with how this is looking. Load the catapult with a carcass. Yeah, you'd have to carry the carcass with you. I mean, I guess you could carry a carcass with you, but don't know that that's you want that maggot infested, you know. This is clearly the lizard folk version of compost. This is their compost area, you know. But why? Yeah, I mean... Okay, last call, last call. You want to see a video of flooded Orlando? Yeah, if you, I saw 1 or 2 pictures, but yeah, if you've got one, as long as you and yours are safe at the moment, Jay, you could snack on the maggots. They're like little protein bars, little wiggling protein bars. Yeah. Okay, Right. So we are going to go to the right as you look at the map, which I think is understandable. Okay, so... All right. So we have another picture here, chat, and I'm going to take care of that right now. We're going to paste, we're going to crop, we're going to save as. We're going to do this as this one. Okay. And we're going to replace this. Okay, this, chat, is what you see. Okay. You hear the faint noise of running water. You move forward to find a well-sized pool within this large chamber. It seems to be naturally formed from a stream leading into it. The pathway continues on the other side of the room. Now, the question is, are we going to investigate this chamber, chat, or are we going to back out? So are we going to investigate the chamber? I'm going to open up a poll. $ vote space 1 means we investigate the chamber. $ vote space 2 means we back out. I'm going to compare this to my main man, or in this case, my main map. Let's see here. So coming from 8, that means that we are... Okay, and to orient this properly, this is what it looks like to us. So we are on the southern side, we are on the northern side of the pool, but this is like if we were going forward, this is what it would look like. We are on the northern side of the pool, but on this map, as you're looking at it, it's the southern side here. So we're on the bottom of this map, and the lake is in front of us, the pool is in front of us, and we're across this other way. Does it look deep? I would say, Rockad, let's have you make a perception check, please. So we're gonna do, actually, give me a second here. Yeah, so that would be, perception would be 2, plus 1 is 3. So D20 plus 3. Let's make a perception check here and let's see what we can see, Rockad. Perception plus 3. It was 3 on the dice total. So that means we're talking a 6. Looks like a pool, Jay. Definitely looks like a pool. You've seen pools of water. You've seen ponds of water, a pool of water, and this definitely looks like it's got liquid in it, for sure. No doubt. It looks cold. Could be. No, actually, I will say, you don't even need a perception for that. It is not cold, Wispy. It's actually, it is kind of brackish and warmish. Kind of like bath watery. It is not cold. It is not the pool of radiance, if only, Darth Sisu, but no. Does not appear to be. Okay, so, looks like most people are on favor of searching this room, so going once, going twice, and okay, here we go. He's trying to say there's pee in it. All right, you take some time to search the chamber. There is not much to see on the open floor, at least not yet, but let's make an investigation check here. So this is going to be, let's see, so you got 1 plus 1, so this is going to be 2. So D20 plus 2, Rock God, please. Yes, but swamp water can be brackish and warm as well. 12, okay. So yeah, there you don't see much on the open floor, but the pool does, to quote the author here, pull the strings of intrigue. The sound of babbling water grows louder as you see the pool is fed from the left-hand side. Suddenly, a scaly serpent dashes from the pool. We are attacked by a poisonous snake. Give me the combat music. Where's my combat music at? I guess the snake didn't like you accusing him of having a pool of pee in it. I guess that's the way that went down. Okay, so we need to deal with this. Okay. Give me just a second here. Okay, we got that, we got that. These are all new creatures and other ones. Okay. All right, so we're dealing with a poisonous snake. Let us fire this up. I actually have a battle thing here, so give me a second. And I will pull up that battle thing, and then get ready to roll initiative for me if you haven't already, Rock God. So that's going to be D20 plus 3. The snake is still entitled to its incorrect view. 21! Dang, dude. Someone has been eating his Wheaties right there. All right. So we've got that going on. All right. So okay. Now the good news is that a poisonous snake is small. It's not this massive thing at all. However, the bad news is it's poisonous. So we definitely do not want to. We definitely don't want that to happen. So okay. So we have got initiative. So I am going to roll initiative for the snake. This is too loud. Drop that a little bit. There we go. That's better. Okay. Right. So all right, so it's got an initiative lower than that. That's true, but it's not like a boa constrictor or something like that. It's not. Okay. All right, so here we go. So chat, now we have a decision to make about what we want to do. Now, remember that we can retreat. That's something which chat can always bring up, or we can attack it. We can attack it with our longsword, or so we can choices. Retreat. Let's go with let's leave retreat to the end. Attack it with our longsword. That's choice 1. Choice 2 is we could try to use... Actually, Tasha's Hideous Laughter isn't going to work, so it would have to be Thunder Wave. We obviously can't charm person against it. I guess we could viciously mock it, though. So our choices are we can either attack it with our longsword, we can cast Vicious Mockery or Thunder Wave on it, or we could retreat. So I'm going to throw that choice up there into a poll. Let's see. So should we... attack with a longsword? Cast Thunder Wave, Vicious Mockery, or retreat. All right. That's not what I meant to do. Okay. All right, chat. Go ahead and make that vote. Does the snake deserve death at our hand? Well, it is kind of attacking us. It is sort of... It does appear to have made a call on who it wants to back. So it is not a big creature, but it is poisonous. I see now that I should have cast, I should have put the question of whether it's, I should have made you choose between Thunderwave and Vicious Mockery. That's okay. We will last call it, and then when the vote is done, I will ask whether Thunderwave or Vicious Mockery. Now, when we cast it once, basically what I'm going to do is then I will cast that, I will do that every turn. I'll basically just say, do you want to continue doing this or not every combat round? So I'm not going to have a new vote every time other than to just say, do you want to do this or not? If chat decides it wants to do something else, then we'll hold a vote to do something else. But otherwise, I'm going to assume that we're going to stick with what the last, the last one actually was. So it looks like we're casting that. So that means, should we... Well, actually, we can just do that here. Let's see. So, Thunderwave or Vicious Mockery, chat. And I'll do that the other way. Vicious Mockery is a cantrip. Thunderwave is a level 1 spell. So, chat, do we cast Thunderwave? Vicious Mockery, I beg your pardon. That's $vote space 1 for Vicious Mockery. $vote space 2 is Thunderwave. So, $vote space 1 is Vicious Mockery. $vote space 2 is Thunderwave. And remember, Thunderwave will use up a spell slot. Obviously, Vicious Mockery is a cantrip, so that is not, And actually, I need to double check now that I think of it, and see whether Vicious Mockery can be used on a snake. I don't know whether... Oh, yeah. It doesn't need to understand me. It just if it can hear me. How do you mock a snake? Like, what? Call that a scale? I've seen a better serpent in the letter S. Ha ha ha. I guess you've turned green with envy. That snake is poison. Poisoned. Yeah, exactly. You do this and you're like, your mother has legs. Your scales are dull and not very bright. You have no hope of hitting me tonight. You're so little and puny, you're a snack, not a snake. You scold it like any animal that is disobeyed. Are you a bad snake? Did you do a bad thing? Yes. Viciously mocking the snake. Okay. All right. Well, we're about to see what happens because it looks like chat is ready to cast Vicious Mockery. All right. I'm not going to last call this because it's clear where chat is going. All right. Vicious Mockery it is. Okay. So we mock it and it has to make a wisdom saving throw. Let's see if it can do that as I pull up my handy dandy dice roller. All right. No, it does not. It decidedly does not do that. So, with that knowledge there, okay, so it does not make it save, which means that now we can damage it. So it's going to take 1d4 psychic damage, and it's going to have disadvantage on the next attack roll it makes, which is coming up in a minute before the end of its next turn. So if you would be so kind, Rock God, if you have a 4-sided die there, if you could roll a 4-sided die. And this creature is small, so I'm really hoping that we roll a decent number here. I didn't know worms grew to this size. 3. Okay, so check it out. The poisonous snake's hit points are 2. So you're like, if I had a face like yours, I get back in the basket. The snake is like, like it just freaking explodes. I don't, like, it just sinks back into its pool. We have mocked it to death. Like that, I don't. Oh, man. Now, it would have sucked if it bit us. That would have been bad. But we literally just mocked it to death. Okay. I don't know. Yeah, he died of depression. He's like, you're right. I am a failure. So we fight off the snake successfully. He literally is just like, psst, and there's nothing else of interest in the pool. And now that we've cleared out the pool, we can continue. It's so weak it could not comprehend our insult. I love the image because I saw that it had only 2 hit points. I'm like, oh, please, mock it to death. Please mock it to death. Oh, man. Yeah, that was very funny. Okay, so now, chat, here we go. So $vote space 1 means we go back in the direction we came to the meat chamber. $vote space 2 means now that we've beaten the snake, we go across the pool. So $vote space 1 to go back, $vote space 2 to go forward. I'm guessing you're going to want to go forward, but now that you've mocked the snake to death. Oh, man, that was hilarious. I just... we have mocked the snake. Yeah, it's too much. That's what I thought. Has anyone ever wanted to go back to the meat chamber? It's a good question. It's a good question. I don't know. I mean, whatever floats your boat, man. Yeah, exactly. We'll be like, you have pee water. You know what it was? Is that it was so pissed off because Emily called its pool just basically pee, that when it came out, it just made stupid mistakes. You know, like it tried to attack, and like, you know, it was just all out of sorts, and so now it has to slink back into its bathwater. You know. Everyone you've ever known. That's not true, Emily. It was pissed off. It was, I see what you did there. It was literally pissed off. It was also pissed on, you know what I'm saying? If you picking up what I'm laying down. Woo! The steak is like, I'm so angry I would come back up there, but you'll just mock me to death again, so. Watch, that turns out to better be pissed off than get pissed on. Yes, exactly. That's going to be like their god, though, right? Like every lizard folk is going to be like, you have destroyed the great snake of Asun Ra, and blah, blah, blah. Like, all right, so here we go, chat. So going once here. Oh, wait, sorry, I didn't last call it yet. Last call, there we go. Last call, Asun Ra. Yeah, I don't know. I was just thinking of something with a bunch of S's. Oh, look, you're in danger, noodle soup. I see what you did there. So yes, $vote space 1 to go back, $vote space 2 to go forward. It looks like most of chat wants to go forward, so I will do that. Oh, sorry, Prince Justin, I'm sorry, but you're on board with the rest of chat for that one. Okay. So, here we go. We have gone forward to this. So, you find yourself at another intersection. Now, I have another picture here. I'm going to pop this picture up, but then you're going to need to give me a second so I can put the orientation correctly, because I want to make sure that it makes sense as we're going through it. What is this? Okay. Okay. So, this is what we see. At the last second you hadn't. Yeah, I mean, it's, as it turned out, you know, everyone was on board with you anyway. Okay. So, now there it is, but you need to give me a second, as I said, so I can get the orientation properly situated and all. Where's my... There it is. Okay, so there's that. Okay, so now I think, with that being said, yeah, okay. So now I think I can set the I can set the orientation correctly now, which is now I think we're actually in the right spot. So basically the lake, the pool area bends down and across, so that now we enter from the east, from the right-hand side. So we're entering from the right-hand side of the map as you see it. We're coming from the right-hand side. And we are at an intersection, basically, is the way that it describes it. An intersection which is like this. The path continues forward, but also veers off into another side chamber. So we can go straight ahead, or we can go up into a chamber, or we can go back the way we came from. So again, I'm going to pop up our little Votey McVote handy thing. And that is, should we go forward to the west, go up into the chamber to the, the north, or go back to the pissed off on snake. Okay. There we go. Here's the poll. Do we go forward, which is to the west? Do we go up into the chamber to the north? Or do we go back to the pissed off on snake? Can we go back to the snake to insult it again? I imagine that it's just always available to be insulted. That's my guess. My guess is that it's always ready at any moment. So yes, so $, again, $ vote space 1 will be to send them, to send you forward to the west. Going up into the chamber into the north is $ vote space 2. And going back to the pissed off snake is $ vote space 3. So forward is to the west. So if you want to go forward, I listed that also in there just to be on the safe side, Crit Twitch. Going forward is to the west. I actually really like the way that they did this with the maps, the sort of breakdown of the maps. It makes it a little bit unclear at first when you're figuring out the orientation of it, but it means that you don't have to navigate the entire map at once, and it also doesn't make sense that you would. So I like that he has these sections broken down this way. I hope he does this for the rest of them. Also, by the way, chat, I should mention as we're going through, if there is ever obviously because of the nature of this, it's a little bit more directed in terms of here are the options you have. But if there's anything, oh no, there's no problem, Crit George. If there's ever a moment where you're like, I would like to investigate the pool, or I would like to, then we can always say that we're going to go up into the chamber of the north, and then you can say, like, I'd like to do an investigation. I'll quickly ask chat if they want to do that or not, and then depending on yes or no, we can do that. Or if you wanted to, like, do a perception check or something like that. We don't want to do it for little stuff, so I reserve the right to veto it if you're like, I want to check every 5 feet of the chamber for traps because of like that. I'm going to veto because we do want to move things forward a little bit. But if it's stuff like that, I don't want you to feel like you're locked into just this. This is a little more choose your own adventure-y / fighting fantasy game booky than full D&D would be, but the same principles I think apply. All right, last call. What's up, Wenchkin? How you doing, man? Check my keg of beer while trying my luck fishing in the pond. I want to insight check the pool. The pool may be lying to you, Rock God. You can immediately tell the pool may be lying to you. And as far as the keg of beer, you needed to be here about 5 minutes ago, Wenchkin, where we were insulting a snake by saying that its pool was like basically a pool of pee. And then we viciously mocked it in combat and apparently killed it, quote, drove it away. So we have our headcanon is that we basically mocked it by saying that its pool was full of pee and it just went right back in there. I don't know what to tell you. Okay, so it looks like chat has made its decision. We are going to go up into the chamber to the north. All right, let's make that happen. Chamber to the north. Okay. You proceed into a chamber unlike the others. Previously, you have been traversing rough dirt floors connecting muck walls and ceiling. The chamber you now enter is made of limestone, similar to the halls of Farador Keep. Your eyes rise to see an altar straight ahead. Standing at the altar is a lizard folk warrior and a human dressed in jet black robes. The human calls out to you. Come to share in the dedication, I see. It is not every day you get fresh blood from the keep. No matter. Dispose of them. The lizard folk warrior lurches to attack. Oh no, chat. Lurching to attack. The time has come. All right, Rock God, give me an initiative roll when you get that chance. We're going to put that up there. And we have got ourselves a lizard folk warrior. You rang. Okay. Right. Okay. Okay, good. That's perfect. I love it. I love it. I love what I see. Okay. Right. Okay, let's do it. Lizard folk, Avenger of Snack. Yeah, exactly. You have attacked my sister. Okay. So now, chat, we have a decision to make. First of all, let's take a look at the... Uh-oh, crit fail? Oh, man. Okay. So be thinking, chat, about what you want to do for an attack. Hold that thought, Wispy Song. We're going to come back to that. But he's going to get his attack in first unless I completely botch this dex roll. But I think that'd be kind of hard. Okay, or not, because I just crit failed. So I actually think we beat him with dexterity. That is amazing. Because I ended up with a 2 grand total. All right. Sounds good. Sleep well, Emily. Okay. System of a Down. He has it on CD. Okay. Right. So where was I? Right. Our dex score. That's what I wanted to look at. So we've got a dex score of 3. So like that should be, so that means we got a 4. Am I right, Rock God? You rolled a 1, so we have a 4. I can't believe I just rolled a 2. Okay. Guess who gets to go first then? That would be us. Okay, good stuff. So now the question is, what are we going to do? So I'm going to pull up right now our poll. And we have a couple of different options here. So what should we do? We can attack with our longsword. We can cast Vicious Mockery. We can cast Thunder Wave. We might even be able to cast something else, actually, because we also have Tasha's Hideous Laughter. So we could also cast Laughter, or we could retreat. Now remember, Thunder Wave and Tasha's Hideous Laughter would each cost one spell slot. But Vicious Mockery is a cantrip, so that doesn't cost us any slots. So what do we want to do, chat? Do we wish to $vote 1 means we attack with our longsword. $vote 2 means we cast Vicious Mockery. $vote 3 means we cast Thunder Wave. $vote 4 means we cast Tasha's Hideous Laughter. $vote 5 means we retreat. We don't cast, we just retreat. And it's $vote, folks, not exclamation point or hashtag. $vote. Exclamation point is for Arcana Spot. Oh, and actually, you know what I just thought of, actually, Rock God? Remember... remember that when we roll D20. Oh, actually, no. When you roll in the D20 for an attack roll, ability check, or saving throw, but the initiative is not an ability check. So I take that back. We have the perk of lucky, which means when we roll the 1, we can re-roll the die for an attack roll, ability check, or saving throw because of halfling luck, but that doesn't count on initiative, so it wouldn't matter anyway. So, yeah, no problem. That's fine. Okay, I have actually done a disservice to chat because I have left out the current winning one because I'm trying to make it not too small. All right, right now chat is moving in the direction of, we have a lot of spell casting people. So we've got 4, I'm going to last call this. We've got 4 votes for Hideous Laughter, 3 votes for Thunderwave, 2 votes for Vicious Mockery, 1 vote for Longsword Attack. And no one wants to retreat because no retreat, no surrender, as Triffid said. So now's the chance to get your vote in, chat. Okay. All right. Going once. Going twice. All right. Tasha's Hideous Laughter it is. Okay. So now we will see whether it does this. It needs to perceives everything. A creature with an intelligence score of 4 or less. Let me just confirm. Okay, no, he has better intelligence than that. So that means he's got to make a wisdom saving throw. So let's see if that happens. This is concentration, by the way, so if we get hit, we're going to have to make a saving throw to maintain it. But hopefully that will not happen to us, and that won't come into play. Okay, let's see if he makes this wisdom saving throw. He sure as hell doesn't. Okay, so he falls over. He thinks that's hilarious. Which means that he is now incapacitated. And let me tell you the way that works, chat. When a creature is incapacitated, what that means is that they cannot take actions or reactions. Now, that does not mean that they are vulnerable, more vulnerable to attack. They still have to be attacked normally, but they can't take actions or reactions. Now, one thing it says as well is that at the end of each of its turns, it can make another wisdom saving throw. So it falls over laughing. Now we're going to see whether it makes its saving throw to stand up. Before I do that, though, I'm going to remove one of our spell slots. We have 2 spell slots left. Can I slightly increase that? Okay, good. Right. Okay. So, actually, I can also do this. Okay, good. All right. So it gets to make another wisdom saving throw. And if it stays down, then we're going to be able to really mess this guy up. Ah, shoot. He didn't, though. At the end of his turn... No, it's not an auto crit. If he's prone, and it does mean that you get an advantage on him. If he's prone, it means that you get advantage on hitting him if you're using a melee weapon. So the bad news is he did make his saving throw. So he is like... Yes. So he stops laughing, but he's still prone. It's going to take him until next turn to stand up. So we are going to get an attack of we're going to basically not an attack of opportunity, but we're going to get a chance to attack him with advantage. So speaking of that, let's do that. So assuming, chat, that you were okay with this, I'm just going to ask this as a quick, now that he's down on the ground, I will ask, I don't have to do this. Well, actually, you know what I'll do? I'll just do this up here. So $vote 1 if you want to attack him while he's down on the ground with our longsword. $vote 2 if you want to do something else. So $vote 1 if you want to attack him while he's down prone on the ground. $vote 2 if you don't want to do that. Asking to pull your finger. Yeah, that's too bad. If he had stayed down, we could have gotten these attacks twice, but he rolled very well. He actually rolled a 9 the first time and an 18 the second time, so. It's all right, though. That got him. Listen, that's fine. That got him down. Okay, last call, last call, last call. And remember, our rapier, by the way, is +1. And... okay. So we are going to attack him. So we're talking about, this is, let's see. So we're doing this with longsword. Oh, actually, no. We're using, that's not true. We are using our longsword actually as a finesse weapon because of our particular bard skill. So that means that we are attacking him at +3 and we have proficiency. So it's +5 and the longsword. So it's basically a, oh no, I take that back. I take that back. Sorry, I'm wrong. Longsword is a strength weapon in this case. So we can either attack him with our rapier, which is a finesse weapon. The rapier means that we'd be attacking him at 3 and we're proficient in it. So we'd be attacking at +5. So +5 total, or we'd be attacking with the +1 longsword. Now, obviously the longsword is a magical weapon, but it's not going to be nearly as effective as it would be otherwise. It's basically +2 or +5. So I'm going to say, unless anyone objects, that we're attacking with the rapier against this creature. And that means +5. So we're going to roll at advantage. And you're going to do this twice, Rock God. Yes, it's at advantage. +5 2 times, and we'll take the higher result. At +5. And again, if anyone in chat's like, no, I really want to use the longsword, you can tell me. But that, again, the rapier is a finesse weapon. Right. 21, I love it. Poke him with a rapier. Yeah, that's what I thought. $21 is the best one, Rock God? Is that what you're saying? That was the best roll? That was really good, by the way, so that's fine. First roll was an 8. Alrighty then. That's what I like to hear. Okay, so let's do that. So that is 1d8. And we add our dexterity to that. So 1d8 plus 3. So this one is just 3 because that's our dex bonus. So 1d8 plus 3. So if you could roll 1d8. I just wanted to double check, see if we critically hit. So if you could roll a 1d8, then we'll add 3 to it, Rock God, please. $10. Dang. All right. So that really, really hurts the lizard man, the lizard folk. He just is like, what's this? He is very hurt. He's not dead, but he is hurt. And he stands up and attacks us with his heavy club. So he swings this massive club at us. And let's see how he does with that massive club. I'll tell you just as soon as I get to my dice roller. Okay. So... okay, he rolls a 20, not a natural, but he rolls a 20, which means he is going to hit us, unfortunately. And he does 5 points of damage to us. 5 points of damage. So he hits us, and we had 16. So right now, we are sitting at 11 out of 16. Still doing okay. Still doing okay, but that was kind of a hit and all that stuff. Yeah, it's a good time. I love doing these. Okay, right. So that brings us to our round. So he's extremely hurt. So do we want to? We have 2 out of 3 spell slots left. So the choices. Let me throw these out here again for everybody. Okay, we can either again. We can basically do the same stuff. We can attack with our, I should have said not longsword, but rapier. We can attack with our rapier, cast Vicious Mockery, Thunder Wave, Tasha's Hideous Laughter, or Retreat. So tell us what you want to do, Chad. He's very, very hurt. We just got hit as well, but we're still, I mean, we could probably use a little health, but we're not in awful shape. So let me know what you think, Chad. So $vote space 1 to attack with a rapier. $vote space 2 to cast Vicious Mockery. $vote space 3 to cast Thunderwave. $vote space 4 for Tasha's Hideous Laughter. $vote space 5 for Retreat. Quick note, he is now standing, remember, so we're not going to get advantage this time. We have 2 out of 3 spell slots left. All right, I love it. I love it. Last call. Last call for alcohol's lizard snake thing. All right. Going once. Going twice. All right. Attack with our rapier it is. Okay. So it is our time. So Rockod, you're going to just do D20 plus, I think it was 5. I think I said it is. D20 plus 5 to attack this thing. And then it's 1d8 plus 3 if we hit. An 8 is not going to get it done, unfortunately. That's funny. Well, in fairness, he was ordered by a cloaked human, Commander Dunsel. Mrs. Dunsel, tell Commander Dunsel he was ordered by a cloaked human to take blood. So I'm not 100% sure it was all exactly that way. Okay, that was with the plus 5. Yeah, that was with the plus 5, Rockod. We rolled a 3. Is that what happened? Inspiration. I thought about that, but I don't think it's fair for us to inspire ourselves. That's kind of breaking the will of it. No, because Halfling Luck is only on a 1, and I'm pretty sure that's not a crit fail. Right, Rockod? Yeah, you rolled a 3, so sadly, that's one of those not sucky enough to get the luck in there. Okay, so he is again going to try to hit with his club. Fortunately, oh, no, I was about to say he missed, and then I realized I rolled a d4, and that's not accurate. Let's try that again. 19, so he's going to hit again. Okay. Ow. So, that is going to do 7 points of damage. So we're down to 4. So now we have a decision to make, chat. We do have a potion of healing, which we could take. That would be our action, would be to take the potion of healing. We could do that. We could, so I'll add this actually into the mix. Let me add this into the mix here. So I'm going to do the same thing, except I'm going to put retreat further down. Damn it. Fat fingered that one. Okay, and then retreat. So, I mean, basically, if we think we're going to hit him, then we just hit him because he's very close to death. But if he hits us, we're in danger, Will Robinson. So we have to think about that. We do have a potion of healing. So $vote space 1 is attack with our rapier. $vote space 2 is cast Vicious Mockery. $vote space 3 is Thunderwave. $vote space 4 is Tasha's Hideous Laughter. $vote space 5 is Potion of Healing. $vote space 6 is Retreat. So you can decide which one of those you want. And yes, actually that's true. You're quite right, Rockgod. I forgot about that. Yep, I'm sorry, my bad. Yes, we could also cast Healing Word. So actually, let me close that poll down. I beg your pardon. Let me close that poll down. I forgot about that. Yes, we could do that. We could cast Healing Word. We could take Potion of Healing. Or we could retreat. Let me reopen that. My bad. Sorry. So, $vote space 1 is attack with a rapier. 2 is Vicious Mockery. 3 is Thunderwave. 4 is Tasha's Hideous Laughter. 5 is Healing Word. 6 is take a potion of healing, and 7 is retreat. Sorry about that. Yeah, you're quite right. We could cast Healing Word. So those are your options. So we could attack with our rapier. We can cast Healing Word. We can cast Thunderwave. Cast one of the others. We could take a potion of healing. We could run. So Attack is 1, Vicious Mockery 2, Thunderwave 3, Tasha's 4, Healing Word 5, Potion of Healing 6, Retreat is 7. I was feeling all smug when we hit that guy and dropped him to 1 hit point on 1 attack. I was like, ha-ha! And then all of a sudden he hit us twice with a club, and I'm like, less smug, slightly less smug. Not a smug. Yeah, I know. This is why you don't want to have any hubris when you're sitting in an altar fighting a lizard folk. You don't want to do that. People seem to be real confident in your next roll. Well, yeah, man. They've seen what you can bring to the table. Although right now, I should say, I'm going to have to move this because there are so many options now that I'm going to have to bring this out so we can see, you can see more of what is visible. Let me move that image down. So this is where our vote is at right now. So currently we have 2 people voting for Attack with the Rapier, 1 for Thunderwave, 2 people voting on Healing Word. I'm going to last call this, but we still have a tie, so we do need to break that tie. Yeah, I know, they've all seen 3s. They were so, it was because they got seduced by your early rolls, man. They saw your early rolls and they're like, well, all right. We got a straight tie right now. We got Attack with our Rapier, Thunderwave, or Healing Word. Dark Sinner is like, listen, peoples. All right. Going once. Going twice. Okay, and another vote for Healing Word. Okay. All right, so Healing Word has won. So the way that Healing Word works is as follows. So we are going to get 1d4 plus our spellcasting ability modifier, which for us, let's see. Let me double check. I think for Bard, it's Charisma, I want to say. Yes, it is the Charisma modifier. So, all right. So spellcasting ability modifier is going to be proficiency bonus. That's 2 plus our charisma, and our charisma, to be clear, is 3. So 5. So 1d4 plus 5. So if you could roll 1d4 for me, please, Rock God. We're going to do that plus 5. Six. Okay. So now we're back up to 10 hit points. Okay, we're out of the gold now. We've also got 1 spell slot left out of 3. Okay. So you rolled a 1. Yeah. Well, now, listen, maybe you got those out of the way, though. I don't know. Okay, now he gets to attack again because we did that. Casting Healing. Oh, no, that's a bonus action. I forgot about that. We can still attack, chat. We can still attack. I forgot that was a bonus action. Now, we can't cast another spell. We could attack or we could retreat here. So, yeah, I forgot about that. So, can't cast a second spell, but we can attack or retreat. So, $ vote space 1 means we attack. $ vote space 2 means we retreat. Yeah, I forgot that was a bonus action. That's the benefit of Healing Word. See, if we use the Potion of Healing, this is why Rock God's clever, careful attention to detail was important, because if we had voted for if we had voted for the Healing Potion, that would have taken our action to drink it. So that would have been a problem. I want to check and see if we're drinking it ourselves, if it's a... Oh, also, I was a little bit off on this. It's not 2d4 plus 1, it's 2d4 plus 2. I should note that. Let's see if that's actually... Yeah, full action. That's what I thought. Yep. That's what I thought. Yes, indeed. So do I. So do I. Okay. All right. So it looks like everyone is in favor of the attack. This is a good decision by chat. I could not agree more. Okay. I'm not even going to last call this. All right, Rock God, go ahead and get that vote. Go ahead and get that roll in. So D20 plus 5. We're attacking again with that rapier. Let's make this happen. Let's do it. Let's do this. Do. 17. That's a hit. Hell yeah. That's more like what I'm talking about. Okay. So 1d8 plus 3. Let's see what the damage is. Six. So he just reached forward and stab him and I had a family. No, he doesn't say that. But he does expire. And he drops to the ground as we have defeated him utterly. And as he drops to the ground, something unusual happens. Good job there, by the way, Rock God. All right, good work. Now, let's talk about what happens when he gets there. As soon as I find the damn chap. There we go. Okay. The robed human calls out to us once more. A small victory, but the darkness is still coming. You will bow to Azaketh and the unseen, as will all. The figure raises a hand and disappears immediately after speaking. But in the disappearance of the figure, you notice something very odd. And I'm going to put up what this thing is, chat. I have a picture for you again. It's always Azaketh, right? Azaketh is always... It's always the problem with Azaketh. Okay, so I'm going to show you what you see. You see before you the following. Let me move this back to where it belongs. Hold on a second. There we go. You notice a small statue atop the altar that is shaped very similarly to a lizard folk warrior. However, it also carries a staff in addition to a club. This must be the relic of this Azaketh. As instructed by Suyuan, you cleared the den, but this relic must mean something. Perhaps it is the influence of the darker force Suyuan described. You throw it in your bag to take back to Suyuan. You have successfully cleared the lizard folk den. Hell yeah. All right. Let's get rid of that. Oh, let's throw that altar in there. So the plot thickens, chat. Now we have to deal with Azaketh, whoever the hell that is. All right. So we have a Azaketh relic. All right. I'm going to save that since that seems to have worked out pretty well. Why did the lizard folk hiss? Got tired. Hiss. Okay. All right. So now that we've done that, so now we have cleared the den, chat, which means we can now return. Having done this, we can now return back to the land beyond. Though they know it's Asin-Ra. I was close, right? Azaketh, Asin-Ra, you know. Like, it's the deal. Whatever. Okay. So let's head back to Starland Bay, shall we? All right. And that means that we have some new music as well. Let's make this... I have this right here. Yep, thought there was one like that. Okay. Soundscapes. Let's bring you up here. Okay. There we go. That's better. The human disappeared, Wispy. He said the thing about Azaketh, and then he raised his hand and he vanished. So, who the hell knows what his deal is? He's probably one of these guys who figures like he's not the one that will be, you know, consumed by the maw of whatever. Like, that's what these guys always do, right? They're always like, I will be rewarded for my blah, blah, blah. And you're like, okay, dude. Whatever you say. Okay. So here we go, chat. And by the way, for those of you who have come in since, welcome. I hope you folks are enjoying this. We are playing D&D with viewers Into the Unknown, and we are currently exploring and doing some other cool stuff as we continue through these various quests and the like. And we have come to investigate this place, this lizard, to help the people of Starland Bay. We've just cleared out the lizard den, and we found this relic of Azaketh. We don't know what that is, except some lizard something or other. And now we are going back to basically report. Also, we might be able to take a short rest after this or something similar, because at the moment we are down 6 hit points, but we have only one spell slot left. But other than that, we're in decent shape. So you eventually find your way back to camp, where we find Siluan gazing deeply into a campfire. As you draw close to him, he speaks. Welcome back. The flames told you you were successful. We can thank the spirits for smiling upon us today. What do you have there? He motions toward the relic. You hand him the strange relic of Meraketh. He continues, a relic of Azaketh. The lizard folk truly fell to their savage ways. This is a god of savagery and unrelenting pain. It seems they were corrupted by the false spirits once again. You also inform him of the strange human within the shrine. That I know nothing of. Well, now I am especially glad you are here. It seems as if your journey is not yet over, brave hero. I recall a temple dedicated to this god Azaketh not far from here. If we are to dig deeper into this mystery, it is best you travel there. I know I am asking a great deal of you, but I will be more than happy to reward you for this task. Our warriors have not yet recovered, and I can tell you are itching to make a legacy for yourself. With that, Siluan rewards you 50 gold pieces for clearing the lizard folk den. So we are now up to 91 gold. And we level up to level 3. Doot, doot, doot. We were at level 2. Now we're at level 3. Hell yes. Level 3, baby. The leveling speed is unheard of. Level 3. All right. So, before we go any further, we also have a new mission, which is that we have to figure out what's going on with this guy that's in there. So, level 3. Level 3 is good. Level 3, a lot of things are going to happen for us at level 3. And I'm going to talk about what they are right now. So, here we go. Here's what happens at level 3 for a bard. Okay. At level 3, first of all, we gain a Bard College. So at 3rd level, we delve into the advanced techniques of a Bard College of our choice, the College of Lore or the College of Valor. So here are the choices that are available to us, chat. So the College of Lore, bards from the College of Lore know something about most things, collecting bits of knowledge from sources as diverse as scholarly tomes and peasant tales. Whether singing folk ballads in taverns or elaborate compositions in royal courts, these bards use their gifts to hold audiences spellbound. When the applause dies down, the audience members might find themselves questioning everything they held to be true, from their faith in the priesthood of the local temple to their loyalty to the king. The loyalty of these bards lies in the pursuit of beauty and truth, not in fealty to a monarch or following the tenets of a deity. A noble who keeps such a bard as a herald or advisor knows that the bard would rather be honest than politic. The college's members gather in libraries and sometimes in actual colleges, complete with classrooms and dormitories to share their lore with one another. They also meet at festivals or affairs of state, where they can expose corruption, unravel lies, and poke fun at self-important figures of authority. So, couple things when we get to be College of Lore. First of all, when we join the College of Lore at 3rd level, we get proficiency with 3 skills of our choice. So we'll be able to choose our skills. And we get cutting words, because we can use our wit to distract, confuse, and otherwise sap the confidence and competence of others. Like, convincing a snake that it lives in a pond full of pee. When a creature that you can see within 60 feet of you makes an attack roll, an ability check, or a damage roll, you can use your reaction to expend one of your uses of Bardic Inspiration, rolling a Bardic Inspiration die and subtracting the number rolled from the creature's roll. So we can choose to use this feature after the creature makes its roll, but before we determine whether it succeeds or fails, or before the creature deals its damage. Creature is immune if it can't hear you, or if it's immune to being charmed. So Bardic Inspiration basically means, and we actually need to remember this because we could have used a Bardic Inspiration die in that last fight. We have one of them available to us, so we needed to remember that. However, and we're able to, a number of times equal to our charisma modifier, because we have 3 of those actually, and then we finish a long rest. So anyway, that's something to keep in mind. So we could use cutting words. That could be very valuable to us. So that's College of Lore. The other stuff is stuff that we get at higher levels, but that's not covered in Into the Unknown. So right now we're just talking about the things that we have up through level 5 or so. So cutting words. So that's one college. The other college, yeah, you were right all along, Wispy. It was just Bardic Inspiration. So then we have College of Valor. This is the other one. Bards of the College of Valor are daring skalds whose tales keep alive the memory of the great heroes of the past and thereby inspire a new generation of heroes. These bards gather in mead halls or around great bonfires to sing the deeds of the mighty, both past and present. They travel the land to witness great events firsthand and to ensure that the memory of those events doesn't pass from the world. With their songs, they inspire others to reach the same heights of accomplishment as the heroes of old. So, no is the answer to that, actually, now that I looked at it, Triffid. No, Bardic Inspiration only affects other people. So, but, cutting words, though, does affect other creatures. So, by definition, we couldn't have used Inspiration to help us in that fight, now that I think of it. But we could have used it if we had cutting words. We could have used that to affect that other creature we were fighting, the lizard folk guy. So, we can use it if we choose to go with College of Lore for cutting words. So, College of Valor, when we join College of Valor, we get proficiency with medium armor, shields, and martial weapons. So, we don't get a choice. If we go in College of Valor, we get proficiency in those 3. We also learn to inspire others in battle. Again, you inspire others with a Bardic Inspiration die, and you can help them attack and so on. But again, this is only with others. So basically this is, what I would say is that this is the kind of thing we would do if we definitely wanted to go down the combat route as being that's the thing that we want. But otherwise, it seems to me that College of Lore will give us more flexibility. So basically the question is, College of Lore, we get 3 skills of our choice, and we get cutting words. Or College of Valor, we get proficiency. And remember, we don't get proficiency necessarily with the armor and shields and weapons if we choose Lore. Because if we go Lore, it's skills, but it's not proficient. Armor is not a skill. So proficiencies with armor, shields, and weapons is if we go on the Valor side. Lore is 3 skills of our choice plus cutting words. So with that said, I am going to throw that out there, chat, as a poll. And, whoops, that's not the poll. That's not a knife. That's a knife. Okay. Let's clear those all. So here we go. 1 is College of Lore. 2 is College of Valor. Yeah, I'm going to say no, Jay, because I think that there are enough ways, like we could theoretically find a companion in this game. So we could theoretically find a companion that we could inspire. So I don't actually think, I agree with the solo route generally, but we could theoretically get a companion. So that's why I would say no. I mean, we haven't gotten to a spot where we could get one yet, but we could, theoretically. Armor would limit our spells, yes. Depending on the spell. Usually medium armor is not going to have as much of an effect. It would also limit us. Medium armor might also have an effect on our dexterity. I mean, right now we did a dex build, so we have a 17 dexterity and only an 11 strength. So medium armor and shields and weapons, still viable. You know, we could still do it, and we do have a longsword +1, so it's still viable. It means basically, what that would mean is that our longsword +1, we would then become proficient with that, and we'd be using it as a strength weapon. So the +1 and our proficiency, which would be, I think our proficiency is still 2, so it would be +3. So our rapier would be +5 still, longsword would be +3. But the longsword would theoretically do more damage because it's also magical. Let me make sure about that proficiency die, though. I don't remember if it's 2 or 3. It might be 3 now because we're level 3. No, still +2. Yeah, proficiency is usually half level, so it's not until we get to 5th level that we go up to +3 for proficiency. So it would still be +2. So +2 proficiency in addition to the +1 for the longsword, and our 11 gives us 0. So yeah, so +3 for the longsword and +5 for the rapier, but the rapier is not magical. But that's if we choose College of Valor. If we go with lore, then we still have the limitations we said before. Oh yeah, Dark Sinner, that's cool. All right, so far we have 3 votes for lore, 1 vote for valor. I don't think there's a bad choice here. I think because of the nature of what we found so far, lore feels like it might have a few more options, but we're not gimping ourselves by going with valor if we go that way. Like, it's either one's viable. By the way, this chapter we're playing is called Blight of Azaketh. The Blight of Azaketh. Yeah. Yep. Okay, we're gonna last call. It's true, Jay. What if the snake came out and we, like, had befriended it? And all of a sudden we would have our friend, the snake. Instead, we pissed him off into a pool. Apparently, of pee. Allegedly. Alright, going once. Going twice. Okay. So we have chosen the College of Lore. Okay, so let me mark that down. College of Lore. College of Lore. Whoops. Okay, Bardic Inspiration is 3 out of 3. That's how many times we can use it. 1d6 extra hit points during short rest. We're lucky. We already know about that. Okay, let me just make a couple of other notes, which is that we also get expertise. So we're going to get a lot of stuff here too, which is that we can choose 2 of your skill proficiencies, and our proficiency bonus is doubled for any ability check you make that uses either of the chosen proficiencies. Okay, so we have a lot more skills now. Now, so far, the skills that we possessed coming into this were acrobatics, performance, and then we had tool proficiencies. So now we have a lot more skills to choose from. So first of all, let's talk about the skill options that we have. What I'll probably do is try to break these down into defensive skills. There we go. Okay, so, all right, chat. So here are the ones that we have options with. No dice rolls were needed. Yeah, as it turned out, we were all good. Okay, so here we go. So I'm gonna list the skills that we should pick. Now we get 3, remember, but we're gonna try to vote on these one at a time. These skills we will get proficiency in. And then afterwards, I'm going to ask you about double proficiencying expertise. So, I think we already have acrobatics, right? Yeah, we do. So we already got in acrobatics and performance, so don't worry about that. Okay. So athletics. Sleight of hand. Dexterity. Stealth, which we were successful in last time, but we were not proficient in it. This would be something where we could be proficient in it. Arcana. History. We have got investigation, which we had to do once or twice during that last little section. Nature. And religion. Here's where we see the value of Effect Life's system, because we can immediately add more with no problem at all, thanks to the power of Effect Life. Okay, animal handling. I'll go through and explain these, by the way, in a minute. Wisdom. Insight, rather. Medicine. Okay. Perception. Survival. Deception. This is charisma based. Intimidation. Whoops, I need more. Intimidation. Now, as a quick note, chat, you will note that our highest score is charisma, and our second highest is dex. So anything that's charisma or dex based is going to be made stronger because of that. However, you may also want to think of it as that if you have a lower score in something, that having the option to be able to choose something else may have great value as well. So let me go through and explain what each of these are, and I'm gonna max this bad boy out because I'm gonna put this up like this. I can't quite get all of them there. Can I shrink this a bit? No, I can't. Okay, so that's fine. We're gonna do this maxed out so you can see it. Yeah, animal handling, we convinced snakes to join our side, yeah. Okay, here we go. So here, chat, are the ones that we can do that are based on things. So athletics. Athletics, basically, it's strength-based, and this is what happens. It covers difficult situations when climbing, jumping, or swimming, like when you're climbing a cliff, or when you're trying to jump a long distance, or when you're trying to swim or stay afloat, or someone's trying to push or pull you underwater. All that stuff is athletics. Sleight of hand is what happens when you're trying to conceal something on your person, when you're trying to plant something on somebody else, and or when you are trying to pickpocket someone. Sleight of hand will typically be used for that. Stealth, I think, is pretty obvious. We used it in our last thing. It's where you're trying to conceal yourself from enemies, slink past guards, sneak up on someone, slip past someone, stuff like that. That's stealth. Both of those are dexterity. So athletics is strength-based. Sleight of hand and stealth are dex-based. The next 5 are intelligence-based. Arcana basically means your ability to recall lore about spells and magic items, eldritch symbols, magical traditions, magic stuff, basically. History is basically our ability to recall lore about historical events, legendary people, ancient kingdoms, etc., etc. Investigation is when you're looking for clues, when you're basically looking in a room and stuff like that. Investigation is often used for that. Nature is used when you want to try to remember stuff about terrain, about the natural world, about plants and animals, about certain creatures, things like that. And religion is when you are trying to remember things about religious rituals, deities, rites, stuff like that. So those are all intelligence driven, okay? The next 5. The next, I think 5 of... No. Yeah, 5. The next 5 of them are wisdom-based. Animal handling is whether you can calm down a domesticated animal or intuit an animal's intentions, like basically insight on an animal and stuff like that. Animal handling is used for that. Insight allows you to determine whether someone is being truthful to you, basically insight into a person's motives or creature's motives or actual behavior. Medicine lets you try to stabilize a dying companion or diagnose an illness, so medicine can be useful for that. Perception obviously gets used a lot. Perception is what allows you to spot or listen or hear things, sometimes even feel things. Perception gets used quite a bit in D&D. Survival allows you to follow track, hunt game, guide your group through frozen wastelands, stuff like that. That can be useful too. So that is survival. And then we have the last 3 are charisma-based. Deception, which means you can deceive other people into believing what you want. Intimidation means, just as it sounds, you're intimidating them by basically threatening them in some way, in a powerful way. And then persuasion, which is when you're trying to influence someone or a group of people with tact, social graces, or good nature. So we have 16 skills here, chat, that we get to choose from, and we get to choose 3. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do this vote several times. So we're going to start with this one. So you can see the votes here, and you get to choose the one you want. The one that gets the most votes is going to be the one that's the first skill we choose. Then I'll run this again, but I'll take out that last one. So I'll take out the one that you've picked already, and then we can vote again, and we're going to do this 3 times. So let me know what you want to vote for. 1 is athletics, 2 is sleight of hand, 3 is stealth, 4 is arcana, 5 is history, 6 is investigation, 7 is nature, 8 is religion, 9 is animal handling, 10 is insight, 11 is medicine, 12 is perception, 13 survival, 14 deception, 15 intimidation, 16 persuasion. Go ahead and get your votes in now. So far, we've got 2 votes for stealth, 1 for investigation, 1 for perception so far. And there are definitely a lot of good choices, you know, but like, these are all ones that will have use, I think. Okay, I'm going to last call this. Get your votes in now, folks. Get your votes in now. So far, we've got 2 votes for stealth, 1 for investigation, 1 for perception. But get your votes in for the skill that you would like us to pick next. Oh, look at this. We have 16 raiders coming in from the Mandy. Thank you very much, the Mandy. Welcome, welcome, everybody. Mandy! What's going on, Mandy? Good to see you. Thank you so much. Welcome, everybody. Hello, Spectra Faye. Hello, Raiders. Hello, Vlad. What is going on, everybody? Welcome, welcome. It's good to see you all. Coven MTG. Is that the Coven? Thank you for the shout out there, Rockod. Yeah, thank you, everybody. Good to see you, Mandy. I assume we had some D&D going on. What was going on this last one? Were you playing D&D as we last spoke? I'm curious. Thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. Welcome, everybody. If you don't know who I am, my name is Arvin Eleron. I focus on story and narrative in games. You're playing D&D. I hope it went well. As God intended, you were playing D&D. We are playing D&D as well, but we are playing a solo adventure, so to speak, where chat makes the decisions. Welcome in, Migraine Boy. So we are playing right now a game called Into the Unknown. We have just leveled up to level 3, so chat is getting to make the decisions. And as we are right now, what we are doing is making a vote on which skills we're going to take as part of our level up. So right now we've got a bunch of skills you can see on the screen. And you can feel free to vote. So again, it's $vote *1 if you want to vote for athletics, 2 for sleight of hand, 3 for stealth, 4 for arcana, 5 for history, 6 for investigation, 7 for nature, 8 for religion, 9 for animal handling, 10 for insight, 11 for medicine, 12 for perception, 13 for survival, 14 for deception, 15 for intimidation, and 16 for persuasion. Our character, in case you're curious, is Dex and Charisma driven. It is a halfling bard, level 3, a chaotic good halfling bard named Norel Navra. We have just cleared out a lizard folk den and discovered that apparently they were worshipping some evil creature called Azareth, and we found a relic, and we've been asked by the Finn folk, who are these kind, gentle people, to help them out by finding out more about this Azaketh guy. And so that's what we're doing. So we leveled up to 3, and as soon as we're done leveling, which all we have to do is pick skills and then do expertise, and then we're done. Then we're going to move on with it. So yeah, I do a lot of these solo adventures, or I have in the past, of fighting fantasy game books and things like that. But I backed this on Kickstarter, this Into the Unknown game, which is done by Pacesetter Games. And I like it. It's pretty cool. We had a choice of 3 quests at the beginning, right after the beginning, that we were able to pick from. Chat wanted to go help the Finn folk, and so we found ourselves emptying out this lizard lair and dealing with Azaketh and all that stuff. So yes, everyone's encouraged to vote. Please jump in and get that vote in by doing that. And I'm going to last call this one more time because people just joined. But again, thank you for the raid. I appreciate it, Mandy. So we have 3 votes for perception, 2 for stealth, 1 for investigation, 1 for deception. We're going to make this vote twice more after we pick this skill, remember. And right now, the skill proficiencies we have are acrobatics and performance. And we also have proficiencies in a disguise kit and in the shamisen, a musical instrument. Welcome, Blackberry Bear. Yeah, I already follow the Mandy, actually, because the Mandy has been kind enough to raid before. I have raided the Mandy before, although it's been a little while because our votes have not quite synced up. Our schedules, I should say, have not synced up. All right, so here we go. Going once, going twice, and closed. Okay, the winner is perception. Okay, so acrobatics, performance, perception. Okay, we've got 2 more. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pull this out. I'm going to put, let's see. I'm going to put persuasion there. Okay, so now we're going to do the vote again, but we have 15 choices this time. So here are your 15 choices. Again, athletics, sleight of hand, stealth, arcana, history, investigation, nature, religion, animal handling, insight, medicine, persuasion, survival, deception, and intimidation. So we have picked performance, acrobatics, and perception now. So we're picking our second skill. We're going to get 1 more skill after this. We've chosen, by the way, College of Lore, in case anyone was curious. We have decided to go with that. That's why we're getting to choose these skills. And then we're going to get expertise, so we're going to get double proficiency on 2 of these. And we're also a jack of all trades, so we technically get a +1 at the moment, even on things we're not proficient in, because we're just that much of a dilettante. But okay, so yeah, get your votes in. We got 2 votes for stealth, 3 votes for investigation. In our last little session, the lizard folk lair, we did a little bit of investigation. There was a little bit of perception. There was also a little bit of stealth. So all of that stuff came into play. But, we also have not gotten to a point like maybe we need to persuade lizard folk about something. Like, who knows, right? So we do have a charisma build. Our top 2 skills are 17 for charisma. Our top 2 attributes, 17 for charisma and 16 for dex. So 3 bonus on both of those. 17 charisma, 16 dex. Then 14 wisdom, 13 intelligence, and then 14 con as well. 14 con and wisdom, 13 intelligence, and then 11 strength. And we're going to get a long rest after this, so we will... In fact, I'm going to change that right now. We're going to get a long rest, so we will be up to... back to our spell slots, because we also have spell slots to worry about. Because level 3 is a rather important level. A lot happens at level 3. There are some adventures that start you at level 3, actually, although I don't always think that's a good idea. I think sometimes it's a good idea to kind of get a feel for where you are and that sort of thing. But, okay, so 4 first spell slots, and we have 2 second spell, slots. Okay, and we'll talk about those spell slots in a bit. Should I roll for HP? Sure, you could do that. So you're going to be doing 1d8 plus con. So 1d8 plus 2, Rock God. That's a good call, actually. 1d8 plus 2. Hit points are... They are... Hold. Nine. Nice. That is a good roll. All right, 25, baby. 25. Oh, yeah. Nice. Well done. Good roll. Good stuff. Okay. I think I've already last called this. So we're going to go going once. Going twice. Okay. Investigation has been chosen. So we now have acrobatics, performance. I'm actually going to do this alphabetically. So acrobatics, investigation, performance, and perception, which means actually perception should come first. Perception and performance. Yes. Okay. All right. So that means we have one more skill proficiency to pick. So I am going to get rid of investigation here. And we're going to slide up. I actually think what I'm going to do is I'm going to cut that. We're going to put that there. I'm going to put that down here, just so that we can keep the attributes together to the extent that we can. But I'm not going to go crazy about that. Yeah, okay, so what we do is we move this here. We move this here. We move this here. And we're going to move this here. Okay. So now when we clear this all, and now when we drop this down to not 16 but 14 options, now we have a little bit more. Okay. So one last time, chat, on these skill choices. Last time. So we've got athletics. We've got sleight of hand, stealth, arcana, history, nature, religion, survival, animal handling, insight, medicine, intimidation, persuasion, and deception. So get your votes in, please. This will be the last skill that we choose in this level. Then we're going to pick 2 for expertise. Then we're going to talk spells. Then we're going to move on and continue to play for another 45 minutes or so. Oh, man. Having such a good time tonight. I really have enjoyed this a lot. It has felt good to get back in the saddle. The last time I played this was 3 months ago. Not D&D, but this particular game, Into the Unknown, and I was not feeling well, so I could only play like for 2 hours, and I was feeling like crap the whole time. But I'm feeling not like that tonight, so it was really nice to get a chance to play. Yeah, I know, it's a tough call, Manny. I mean, we did use stealth a lot, and I mean, or not a lot, but we did use it before. I can see a scenario where you're going into a lizard folk den, you kind of want to take it easy and not like let anyone know. On the other hand, I can also see an argument for persuasion because we are charisma based, but we also have a really good dex too. So I could see either way on this. I think the two that people are voting for right now, stealth and perception and persuasion, are probably the two I would be looking at also. I don't know which way to go. I mean, either one of these I could see. Either one I could see. I don't know how much we're going to be able to persuade a dude in a temple, but maybe we can. I have no idea. So, there you go, chat. $ vote space and then the number that you wish. I love a persuasive bard. I do too. I hear that. All right, chat. We have a tie right now between stealth and persuasion. So I'm going to last call this, and let's get your votes in. Everyone is encouraged to vote. Everyone is definitely encouraged to vote. Persuasion, okay. All right, all right. I'm surprised no one's picking up animal handling. I mean, I clearly see... If we had animal handling, like we were saying before, we could have done something with that snake. You missed it, Mandy. In the last section, the lizard folk lair, we got attacked by a poisonous snake, and they literally viciously mocked the snake to death, or literally back into its pool. So I had described the pool as being brackish and warm, which led one of my mods to claim that it was probably a pool of pee. And so we basically thought that pissed off the snake, if you'll pardon the pun, pardon the reference, to jump out of the pool and attack us. So we basically drove it back into its pool of pee. That was more or less what it was. Yeah. So we said better to be pissed off than pissed on, if you know what I'm saying. Thank you. Yes, thank you, Wayman Wolf, for giving me a vote in animal handling. That's great. Okay, we have 4 for stealth, 4 for persuasion, 1 for animal handling. I need someone to break this tie, please. I need one more person to vote and break this tie. So let's get that last vote in. One more vote to break this tie between stealth and persuasion. You can also change votes in this. You can always do $ change vote. That's all one word. Space, and then the number. So if you wanted to change from stealth to persuasion or persuasion to stealth, or if you wanted to change from animal handling to something else or whatever, you can do all that. Rudenell. You realize that I was semi-trolling, right? I don't actually know if we have any animals. Watch, you're going to actually not choose it, right? And then there's going to be like, you have discovered the lizard of Azaketh, but because you are animal handling, it is now your mount, and... That's how this movie plays out right here. I'm semi-trolling. I don't think there's any semi going on there actually for you. So yes. So we need someone to break this tie between stealth and persuasion. Need someone to break this tie. Need someone to break this tie. Siyuin, the Finn folk are waiting. Watching as we're trying to decide. We're like, what do I do? Oh yeah, you take assigning skill points very soon. Yes, I can see that. I will not break this tie. It's true, Dragon. You probably feel bad that you have had this tie. Look, you people can vote for what you want. All right, And it's always, you're also welcome to explain why you voted the way you did to try to persuade others. You may not be as capable of persuading them because you're not proficient in persuasion yet, but could always make that effort if you wanted. We Cannot take them both. Well, I mean, they have a 3 because of Dex, right? And because they get half proficiency because of Jack of all trades, it means they have a 4. But if they were proficient in it, then it means that they would be getting 2. So it means they would have a +5 in stealth. And if they choose expertise, then it means that they could have a +9. He said doubtfully. No, 7, I think it would be in that case, in stealth. So it could be pretty high if we went that direction. Persuasion's the same thing, though. I mean, persuasion you could also choose and then get expertise, and then you get double proficiency in that as well. So. All right. And I'm going to close that down. Persuasion has 1. It hasn't been yet, but who knows, Dark Sinner? Maybe now we can persuade. They've definitely leaned into the persuasive, and it worked. You all persuaded people to choose persuasion. Okay. And now you will pay the ultimate penalty. Okay, no, I'm just kidding. Right. So now what we're going to do, now we talk expertise. In expertise, chat, what we do is we pick 2 of our skill proficiencies, and our proficiency bonus is doubled for any ability check using that. So which skills should we double, or should we have expertise? So this one we do get to choose ones that we had before. So we've got acrobatics, we've got investigation, we've got perception, which is not spelled that way. There we go. We've got performance. And persuasion. Okay. So, which of these 5 skills, chat, would you like to get expertise in, which means we double our proficiency bonus? So, again, $vote space 1 for acrobatics, 2 for investigation, 3 for perception, 4 for performance, and 5 for persuasion. And these are, again, skills that we already have. So this is just, improving the quality of those. And we're going to get to do this twice, remember. You'll get to do this twice. So this is the first vote of 2. So basically 2 of our 5 we'll get to double proficiency on. And if you folks are enjoying this, by the way, as much as I am, because I really am, I am going to do this again. I'm going to be doing this again before the end of the year. And I play a lot of D&D on my channel and D&D related games. I have sponsored campaigns with Pegasus Spiele, a game called Talisman Adventures. I have a sponsored campaign called Expedition from the Mysterious Peaks, which is a spiritual successor to Expedition to the Barrier Peaks, a classic sci-fi fantasy module. Think like Final Fantasy in terms of mix of technology and magic. Really, really good group of people. We're going to be playing that on Sunday as a makeup from our last session that we had to reschedule. I also do Adventures in Middle Earth, and I have a sponsored campaign that's going to be coming out from the amazing people at Free League. They are going to be sponsoring our campaign of the One Ring. I think it's called, it's called not Adventures in Middle Earth. It's called The Lord of the Rings 5e Role-Playing, I believe is the full title of it. And that's going to be starting early next year. I also run 2 campaigns over on GOG.com's Twitch channel. One called Talisman Adventures, one called, which I talked about already, one called D&D with GOG, Ghosts of Saltmarsh. Also, in addition to that, we have 2 campaigns, part of my actual play podcast, Speculate. One of them is GM by Brandon O'Brien. That's based on Blades in the Dark system, Forged in the Dark system, and it's called Girl by Moonlight, Fractal Spire. Actually, Fractal Spire, Girl by Moonlight, I believe. And then we've got the other one is called Court of Blades, and that is a one that I am playing in with Michael Underwood. My co-host, Brandon O'Brien, is the other co-host. Michael Underwood is the co-host of Speculate as well, and he is GMing that. So we do a lot of D&D on here. We also do voiceover streams with our vocalists. I also do video game stuff. I'm playing through Lost in Random at the moment, and special events events like readings and things like that. So we do a lot of cool stuff like that. I am an author, so I'm a writer, and I have a bunch of stuff I do related to those things. So if you like all of that, please jump on board with all that stuff. And with all of that said, I also have a Patreon. You can get cool stuff for you, by the way. That helps to support the channel. And you can get cool stuff for you individually. A character background written for you. An epic poem written about you. Things like that. And you can always sub to the channel, of course, which gets you those custom sub badges to use and emotes to use everywhere across Twitch. And as well, gets you inspirations to help our players. That is the case with the Patreon as well. Yes, and Greyshade, my latest novel, and that link that Rock God just linked up there is where you can pre-order both. We can order that and pre-order the 2 sequels, Renegade and Heretic, plus the tabletop role-playing game, which is being designed by Brandon O'Brien. That's coming out next year as well. And we have an audiobook by Trent Sparks, professional voice actor and narrator, who is doing the audiobook for Greyshade. So that's all the stuff with me. With that said, I'm going to close this because one of the ones is perception. So that's expertise 2 times proficiency. Okay. Perception. Now we're going to clear this out. And we're going to move persuasion up here. And we're going to reduce options to 4. There we go. And we're going to clear that, and we're going to open this up. Okay, it's the last time, chat, on the skill votes. So again, we have 4 skills. Which one of these do you want to have expertise in? Acrobatics, investigation, persuasion, or performance? Whoops, what did I do? Oh, wait. Sorry. I opened the wrong one. Hold on a second. That's the one I meant to open. My bad. Sorry. So there we go. Now it's right. Try that again. So acrobatics is 1, investigation is 2, persuasion is 3, or performance is 4. Jack of all trades is its own thing. That's not a separate skill, Dragon, so you always get that. So this is the one you're going to get expertise in. Just making sure I didn't miss anything in chat. Looks like I did, so that's good. So yeah, this is where you're going to get double proficiency. So we have double proficiency in perception. So perception, of course, is based on wisdom. So with perception, you are going to be getting a +2, and then proficiency is 2, and we're doubling proficiency because we have expertise in it. So any perception check, so that's 4. So any perception check, we are going to have +6 total. So perception +6, which is pretty good at level 3. So this second proficiency or expertise is going to make it even better for that. It looks like we're moving towards investigation as the second option. So that's fine. Looking like we're moving in that direction. Last call for this. Investigation is intelligence. So we have a 1 for intelligence, but proficiency means that we have 3 in it now, and this would double proficiency, so we would have a 4 + 1, so 5. So we would have, if it turns out investigation is that, we would have +5 in proficiency. I do like the skill system in D&D. Okay, going once, going twice. All right, sounds good. Sleep well, Wayman Wolf. And keep me posted about when the other stuff arrives that's supposed to be heading your way. All right, there we go. So investigation has also got expertise. Okay. This is also good because if I miss something, and clearly it's quite possible, then you can all catch me on it, and someone can be like, wait, we have expertise in that, so twice proficiency, whatever. Okay, good stuff. Alrighty, so now, chat, the only thing we have left to figure out is our spell situation. So we know 6 spells, and that involves 4 first-level spells. We've already got those 4 first-level spells chosen. We could switch one of them out, but basically we don't have to now. We could switch one of them out, or we could go with this. Actually, now that I think of it, we're going to have to switch one of them out because we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. So we know at the moment 6 spells, and so we're going to have to switch some of them out. We can pick up to 2 second level spells, so we're going to want to do that. So we're going to have to remove one of our first level spells, which we will do in just a moment. So let's talk about second level bard spells. So here's what we've got for second level bard spells. They go as follows. Second level bard spells. Okay. So again, what I would ask here, chat, is whether you want offensive or defense. Okay, sounds good. Have a good night, Mandy. Thank you again for the raid. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Okay, chat, do you want more offensive or defensive spells? This is going to be choosing our second level here. Do we want more, or I should say utility. Let's put it that way, actually. Offensive, defensive, or utility spells. What should we be emphasizing? Offensive, defensive, or utility? Because that will help us. Utility is stuff like knock or magic mouth or something like that. And offensive is obviously attack stuff and or, you know, attack related, combat related. Defensive is stuff to protect us. So offensive, defensive, or utility, chat. Let me put this in here. Spells should we focus on? Offensive, defensive. And we're going to get a chance to choose 2 spells from the second level. So there we go. So $ vote space 1 if you want to go offensive, 2 if you want to go defensive, 3 if you want to go utility. And I think of defensive, by the way, as like shielding or healing. Utility is stuff like, you know, zone of truth, or something like locate object. That's a utility. Or locate animals or plants. That's a utility. Or knock is a utility. Defensive would be something like calm emotions, or something like lesser restoration. That would be defensive. Stuff like that. Knock is a utility. Sleep or hold person I would consider offensive, Dark Sinner. Definitely. Because those are both being used in an aggressive capacity. You're either trying to put animals or creatures to sleep, or you're trying to hold them in combat. So I would say both of those are offensive. Lockpicking, well, we don't have sleight of hand, so it's just a straight dex check. But remember, we have jack of all trades. So 3 plus half our proficiency is 1. So that means that we have 4. So we're not bad at lockpicking. 4 for lockpicking. It's not terrible. I've seen worse. That said, though, I mean, knock is more reliable than lockpicking. There are limits to it. You can have something which is stronger, more strongly magic locked than knock can handle, but and remember, we'll get 2 of these. So 2 second level spells. One of the second level spells we're going to have to replace one of our first level spells to get. Because we know 2 second level and 4 first level. Does a knock make a super loud noise? Like a huge... a huge slam. I think it does make a noise. I don't know how loud it is, though. Oh, yeah. Okay. It's actually audible for farther away than I thought. So it's audible from as far away as 300 feet. So yeah, it's a big, you know. It's fine, Rock God. You just walk up and you're like... Today, I consider myself, the luckiest man. It'll be fine. I can't imagine why that would, why you'd be worried. Should be all right. Why won't you open? Okay, last call. Last call. It's look like we're going down the offensive side. Now, I should mention that we could theoretically, sure, also, I don't know any more cantrips. We could theoretically pick up, does it get that? There we go. We only know 2 cantrips. We're going to get another one. We could theoretically, we know 4, the 4th and the, yeah, 4, right, spell slots. So, I mean, we could pick up like other first level spells and not bother with second level, but that honestly generally doesn't make sense because the second level spells just tend to be better by definition. So, okay. Offensive spells it is. Okay, so here are the offensive spells that we've got available to us. Let me throw in like 8 options. Should be good. All right. What spells should we get? Okay. So here are the offensive spells that are options at second level. Blindness, Deafness. Cloud of Daggers. Crown of Madness. I created the Crown of Madness. Okay, let's see. Enthrall. Hold Person. Phantasmal Force. Shatter. Silence. And the last one more. Suggestion. So I'll run through these quickly as to what these things do. These are the offensive spells that are options for us. Yep, Jay. Yep. I mean, I knew it made a sound. I had forgotten that it was that freaking loud. That it was like, oh yeah, from 300 feet away. I'm like, oh, okay. Okay, so here are the things here. So blindness, deafness means you can blind or deafen a foe. You choose one creature you can see within range, which is 30 feet, to make a con saving throw. If it fails, it's either blinded or deafened for the duration, which is 1 minute. At the end of each of its turns, it can make a con saving throw again to try to get out of it. So that's blindness and toughness, blindness and deafness, either blind or deaf, your choice. And it is not concentration, so that's something to keep in mind, is that you can just do it and then it's just there. Cloud of Daggers, a classic. You fill the air with spinning daggers in a cube 5 feet on each side, centered on a point you choose within range, which is 60 feet. Creature takes 4d4 slashing damage when it enters the spell's area for the first time on a turn or starts its turn there. So, can be very useful. That is concentration up to a minute. So that's Cloud of Daggers. Crown of Madness is... Let's get to the actual spell, which is like right here. There's a lot of O's. Crown of Madness is one humanoid within range must succeed in a wisdom saving throw or be charmed by you for the duration. While the target is charmed in this way, I always love this part, a twisted crown of jagged iron appears on its head and a madness glows in its eyes. Charmed target must use its action before moving on each of its turns to make a melee attack against a creature other than itself that you mentally choose. It can act normally if you don't choose a creature or if none are within its reach. On subsequent turns, you have to use your action to maintain control over the target or the spell ends. Also, the target can make a wisdom saving throw at the end of each of its turns. So, the one thing about this spell is that once you have this up and running, you need to continually maintain it. Every turn you have to use your action to keep it up. So that does limit you in terms of what you're able to do. You can move, but you also have to be using your action to control this other person. So that's Crown of Madness. Enthrall, which I'll get to as soon as I get to the E's. Enthrall means you weave a distracting string of words causing creatures of your choice within range, which is 60 feet, and that can hear you, to make a wisdom saving throw. If we're fighting a creature, it has advantage on the save. On a failed save, the target has disadvantage on wisdom perception checks made to perceive any creature other than you until the spell ends. So basically, anyone, it's just focused on you, like you're all that it actually notices. So that's Enthrall. Hold Person, obviously a classic. Very useful, especially if anyone played the old Gold Box games back in the day. Hold Person is a big deal. Choose a humanoid you can see within range. Target must succeed on a wisdom saving throw or be paralyzed for the duration. At the end of each of its turns, the target can make another wisdom saving throw. On a success, the spell ends on the target. Please note that this is a humanoid. It is not Hold Umberhulk or Hold Dragon. There's another spell called Hold Monster, which is much higher level. Hold Person is humanoid. Nonetheless, can be very useful for humanoid creatures. Then we get, which I believe includes lizard folk actually, but then we get Phantasmal Force. You craft an illusion that takes root in the mind of a creature you can see within range. Target must make an intelligence saving throw, and on a failed save, you create a phantasmal object, creature, or other visible phenomenon of your choice, no larger than a 10-foot cube, and that is perceivable only to the target for the duration. While the target is affected by the spell, the target treats the phantasm as if it were real, and it rationalizes any illogical outcomes from interacting with the phantasm. It can even take damage from the illusion, so can be pretty powerful, but if you miss, obviously, or if it saves, then you're out of luck. So that's that. Then we have Shatter, which is a sudden loud ringing noise, painfully intense, erupting from your point of choice within 60 feet. Each creature in a 10-foot radius must make a con saving throw. Creature takes 3d8 thunder damage on a failed save, half as much damage on a successful one, and a creature made of inorganic materials such as stone, crystal, or metal has disadvantage on the saving throw. Also affects objects not being worn or carried if they're in the spell area. So there's that. Silence is fairly self-explanatory, I think. No sound can be created within or pass through a 20-foot radius sphere centered on a point you choose within 120 feet, which means that creatures are deafened while entirely inside it. That certainly has some value. And then last, but certainly not least, we have Suggestion. Suggestion meaning you suggest a course of activity limited to a sentence or two, magically influence a creature you can see within range that can hear and understand you. Creatures that can't be charmed are immune to it. The suggestion must be worded in such a way as to make the course of action sound reasonable. If it fails a wisdom saving throw, it pursues the course of action you describe to the best of its ability. Now, it can't be like stab yourself through the throat, because that's not reasonable. It's not going to work. So it needs to be something which seems you can word in a reasonable way to the creature. So there's what you've got. So you've got Blindness and Deafness, Cloud of Daggers, Crown of Madness, Enthrall, Hold Person, Phantasmal Force, Shatter, Silence, and Suggestion. And you're going to vote for this. This is just the first set of votes here, okay? So go ahead and make your vote. Lizard folk is humanoid? Yeah, okay, I thought so. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the Crown of Madness thing, there's a lot. It's got limitations. It can be useful in certain circumstances. If you get like a big but not particularly bright enemy, you can do something with it to really, like turning a troll against its master or something, right? But as was pointed out, in a single player campaign, I think it has less utility, and also there's too many ways to get out of it. I mean, it's got the wisdom saving throw, and on top of that, it's got the fact that you have to maintain your action. So, and it's concentration too. If something comes up to you and hits you, you can lose it. So, you know. So, but these are all, the rest of these are all good choices. I mean, and even that one is not a terrible choice. It's just, it's always one of those how often are you going to use it deals, you know, given the limitations. We are probably not going to get a chance to play too far into this next section because we've got about 15 minutes left before I have to close up shop for the evening. But this is good that we're doing all this now because then it will set us up nicely for the next time. All right, we have 3 votes for Hold Person, 1 for Phantasmal Force, 1 for Suggestion. All good choices. Thing about Cloud of Daggers is that Cloud of Daggers is very good if you want to block off an area. If you don't want people coming through you or you want them to really get hurt when they do, Cloud of Daggers is real nice. The problem with Cloud of Daggers is that it doesn't move, right? So you can create the air with spinning daggers in a cube 5 feet, but you can't move it around, and it's only 5 feet. If you're in a hall that's 10 feet, you could move around the cube. If it's tall, you could theoretically, like, leap over the cube, although that would be difficult, or fly over it, certainly. And 5 feet is not that big, right? So there are limitations to Cloud of Daggers. But again, these are all second-level spells. There are some solid good spells in here, but they're second level, so... Okay. Going to last call this. And Shatter's is a quality spell too. No doubt about that. Shatter is also a quality spell. All right. Height shaming. Comparatively, Dark Sinner, comparatively. A 5-foot cube of daggers would still look impressive to anybody, but, I'm just saying. That's funny, Rock God. That's really funny. Oh, man, we have a change vote. All right, we have 3 votes for Hold Person, 3 votes for Shatter. So, the next vote for one or the other of those, is going to win out. So, what's it going to be, chat? What's it going to be? Alright, what's it going to be, chat? What are we going to do? What are we going to do? What are we going to do? Make a suggestion not to hold you, but to shatter your bonds. Nice. Outstanding. Alright, I do need someone to break this tie, please. Either changing vote from Hold Person to Shatter or Shatter to Hold Person, switching from suggestion to one of those two, or someone who hasn't voted yet. So let me have someone please make that vote. Make that change. Man in the mirror. Anybody? I do need someone to break this tie. And Shatter has won. Remember, this is for the future. Okay, the future refused to not be shattered. All right, Shatter is solid. Shatter has a lot of good, utility to it as well. Okay, now, chat, what I'm going to do is, before I open up these spells again, we have to make a decision. First of all, and I'm going to talk about the spell we're going to replace it with, but first of all, I need you to decide if the next one is going to be offensive, defensive, or utility. So, what I'm going to do is, I could save this and open up another one. Yeah, maybe I'll do that. Let's try that out. Let's try spell choice. We can actually save a poll, I believe. So let's see if this works. So, this is, again, Effect Life's awesome program. What spells should we focus on? Okay, so for the second spell, offensive, defensive, or utility. Okay, so same question as before, chat. Offensive, defensive, or utility? So offensive means you're choosing another from the spells you just saw. Defensive means you're looking for more of a healing spell or a protection spell. And then utility is one of the ones that I mentioned before, like a spell like Knock or Locate Object or Locate Plants or Animals, things like that. And if you vote for offensive again, yeah, then you could go and try to get that Hold Person. Yes, you could. So, you could certainly do that if you wish. It's too bad Effect Life couldn't be here right at the moment because we're getting great use out of Arvat Plus tonight. And then once this is done, we also then have to... we're going to have to go back at that point and remove a first level spell. Because we know 6 spells, which means we can know 4 first levels and 2 second levels. And right now we have 5 first levels and 1 sixth. So since we're going to want to get rid of one of those firsts, presumably in favor of the second level, then that's going to be the deal with that. No problems so far, Jay. I mean, there's going to be a lot of rain up here over the next couple of days, but you know the drill with that. It's not going to be hurricane status. I mean, last year we got the remains of, I can't even remember what hurricane it was, but we got the remains of it. And that was a lot of rain, and it's actually what caused our basement to flood in this one area. And so we got this basement waterproofing thing so that will not happen again. That basement is going to stay dry. So we don't have to worry about that anymore. But that was not cheap either. I mean, to get the full basement waterproofed was expensive, but that part of the basement, which was lower than the rest. The other part of the basement was higher and is less subject to flood. There may be a time where we might have to also waterproof that, but we'd really rather not do that because, again, money, money, money. But it's a lot less, though, as well. Charm person... I don't know if that's concentration. Let me double check. It might be. No, it is not concentration. It is not. Right. Right. I mean, they did, the winds, it did come on shore as a category 4, right? So the winds were pretty crazy, but yeah, the major issue for where you is just the fact that it was slow, so a lot more rain. And then I think it slid around, and I think it just made landfall, or it's about to, in South Carolina, right? I believe. And then it's going to stay, then it just weakens and becomes like a regular storm. But we just need to put a big, massive island of land with nobody on it, and just put it like all around the southeastern United States, so that the hurricane, any hurricane that like hits it, like becomes much lesser by the time it gets to it. I'm sure that wouldn't cost any amount of money in the amount of hundreds of billions of dollars. I'm sure it wouldn't cost anything to do that. I'm sure it's fine. Okay, last call on this. Last call. A bunch of empty pizza boxes to waterproof my basement. Awesome. Yeah, sign me up. No, we had it done by a professional organization called Connecticut Basement Systems, which is really well known out here, and actually do a lot of basement system like waterproofing elsewhere. So no, this is no joke. We got the pump and we got the full and there's a dehumidifier and that area will never be. And it's too bad because that area of the basement is something we don't use very much anyway, because it was the previous owner built it basically down 4 steps. So basically went several feet below sea level. As you all know, we live like a block from the ocean. So we could do some workshop thing down there. But I was like, what? There's no windows down there. It's not super pleasant. I'd have to finish the basement to do it, which again is more expense. And so maybe if I finish it someday, that area, that would be great. But otherwise, it's just kind of a waste. But I can't have flooded water going down there all the time, so we needed to have something that would not do that. And so this now, we've been through several rainstorms since where it has performed admirably. It's not going to have that problem again, but yeah, that's true. Depends on the pizza brand. All right, last call. Oh, I did that already. Okay. Offensive it is. Okay, so now we get to see whether or not we saved the poll. Wait. Nope. Clear all. Let's see if this worked. Yeah, it did. Look at that. It even saved the votes that we had. Hell yes. Good work out of... Oh, I love it. I absolutely love it. Okay. So we're going to clear that. We're going to move that up here. And then we're going to reduce this to 8 options. Lovely. Chief soundproofing. Yeah, that's true. A bandstand nook. Yeah, there you go. I'm sure that's it, Arudno, yeah. Right, yeah. Yeah, I know. No kidding, right, Dark Sinner? Yeah. Oh, man. Those poor people in New Orleans. Yeah, and the Army Corps of Engineers screwed that up, too. That was, ugh. Ugh, ugh. Okay. So here we go. So, offensive spells, you know the drill, chat. Now there are 8 to choose from. We need 1 spell out of this group. Blindness, Deafness, that's 1. Cloud of Daggers is 2. Crown of Madness is 3. Enthrall is 4. Hold Person is 5. Phantasmal Force is 6. Suggestion 7. Silence 8. So go ahead and get your vote in. Your votes in. And then we have to vote on which first level spell to get rid of. And then we can start, although we're just only going to be able to start playing with Azaketh. But we cleared the reason this is taking so long is because level 3 is a particularly big one. So I'm like completely fine with this. Like we already cleared out the Lizard Folk Lair tonight, and we're doing level 3, so we won't have to worry about that for the next one. So yeah, that healing word, Rock God, was clutch. That was a good call. Because I was just thinking about the potion of healing. And okay, last call, last call. Looks like we're aiming at Hold Person here. I have no objection to that, if that's the way we go. And we will have 2 spell slots of 2nd level and 4 spell slots of 1st level. And of course cantrips are the same. And we will know an extra cantrip actually in our next level at 4th level. Yep, absolutely, Rock God. Just a little bit of it, Dark Sinner. I haven't had time because it hit right at the time of my semester. And I'm also working on revising the 2nd book in my Greyshade series, the Grey Assassin Trilogy, Renegade. I'm working on that too. So it hit right in the middle of that. So I've seen a little bit of it. I like what I've seen so far, although I'm not wild about some of the stuff they've suggested with critical hits and failures. I'm not crazy about some of the changes there. So I'm hoping that they will sort of be convinced not to do that. A lot of what they're doing, honestly, this feels very much to me like what Microsoft claims Windows 10/11 is going to be, which is that like Windows 11 is more like an iteration, right, on Windows 10 rather than a completely brand new thing. I think D&D really hit it the way they needed to hit it with 5e. 4e was a huge step back for them. 5e was really a step forward. And so a lot of people are not going to want to bail out on 5e. That doesn't mean that they were always going to stay with 5th edition. The people who are like, oh, they were never going to like continue to stay on 5th edition forever. That was never going to happen. But this new D&D, D&D 1 or whatever, very much feels like it's going to be emphasizing backward compatibility in a lot of ways. And I don't know how many adjustments it's going to make. And it's going to take a little while to transition. What it probably will mean is that depending on how it's working, because we're a couple of years away from it being rolled out, by the time that happens, we'll see where any of my campaigns are. I may or may not. I mean, some of the campaigns, of course, are 5e based and are not 5e directly. They're not D&D 5e. So for Mysterious Peaks, for Adventures to Middle-earth, any of those things, those are going to be driven by 5e, not necessarily D&D 1. So that's not going to change. For campaigns that are completely D&D on their own, like my Eberron campaign, for example, that I would have to see whether or not where we are in the campaign and whether it's convertible. What I would like to do is to finish up a campaign in 5e and then to move in the next campaign starting with D&D 1. That would be my hope. So some better insight. Yeah. Just because? Not necessarily, Wispy. Sometimes you have to detect magic to make that happen. Bards aren't necessarily into that. They can make Arcana checks to kind of get a sense of magic with something, but, again, their Arcana is limited. I mean, they have a 1+1 for like, so 2 basically, but that's not a huge score. They could maybe, but it might. I'm not convinced about that, actually, J-Reb. I don't know. I mean, when D&D Next rolled out, which became 5th edition, They spent a lot of time. I was in the playtest for that. They did a lot of work, spent a lot of time getting people ready and kind of working through it. And as a result, when they released the edition, it was in pretty good shape. Was it perfect? No. Were there adjustments they needed to make? Yes. But for the most part, I think they did very well with 5th edition. So I'm not convinced. The 4E turnaround was too quick, and that's because 4E did not work the way they intended. It was too many changes. So they lost a lot of people, and Pathfinder was a problem, jumped in and all that. So then when they did 5th edition, they took their time. So, 5th edition now has been out like 7 years, 8 years or something like that. It's been out a long time. So you got to remember that by the time D&D 1 actually hits the market, actually is released, it's probably going to be a decade since 5th edition was there. So I don't necessarily think it's going to crash and burn. I'm not sure about that. I'm not sure. Okay, going once, going twice. Yeah. I want to say that it was maybe 2014. Let me see. Yeah, August 19th, 2014. Player's Handbook was August. Monster Manual, September of 2014. Dungeon Master's Guide was December 2014. It's been out 8 years now. So, but again, and this is not going to be out for another 1.5 to 2 years. So it's going to be 10 years when all's said and done. That's a good length of time for the editions. First edition was out for like, I don't know, probably 7 to 8 years. Not counting chainmail, but like when first edition came out, probably 7 or 8 years, and it had all that advanced D&D versus basic D&D and all that stuff. But second edition probably was about 8 years in. Third edition, that was probably like 1987 or 8, probably for second edition. So third edition probably hit the market like 95. Maybe 94, 95. So probably again 7, 8 years. And then 3.5 was a few years after that, like 4 years. Fourth edition hit probably about 2007, 2008, somewhere in there. And then it was only about like 5 or 6 years before they came out with 5th edition because 4E had problems. And so it's been about a decade. So, yeah. Right. Yes, 4E had, remember, Unearthed Arcana originally was a book, right? I actually have from like first edition, I think it is, Unearthed Arcana, which was just a book by itself. I don't think 4E, though, used it the same way. Unearthed Arcana so 4E comes out when podcasting is becoming a big deal, 2007, 2008, Acquisitions Incorporated, all that. The kind of idea of just like uploading stuff and things and expanding things and patches and all that was just hitting probably 2004, 2005, moving away from expansions into like DLCs and the equivalent. Right. They wanted to make tabletop WoW. I do know, they had some good ideas in there, Arudnell, that I don't think all the ideas were bad, but in general, I agree with you. They were trying to make a tabletop MMO, and also they believed that WoW and MMOs were going to be the wave of the future, and they turned out not to be. Like, MMOs certainly are a big deal, but MMOs did not take over the market. There is a huge amount of people that still love playing single-player games and still love playing tabletop, so they kind of bet on the wrong horse, and again, because they're D&D, they were able to recover, but that could have been a real problem otherwise. Yeah, right down to the card crap. No, I agree with you. And they made all of them feel very similar to each other as well, which was kind of a problem. Okay, so hold person. Right. Hold person and chatter. Okay, now, having done that, chat, we have one other decision we have to make, which is what spells should we let go? Or specifically, what spell? Because we have to let one of our first level spells go to accommodate that. So we have Charm Person, we have Detect Magic, we have Healing Word, which was pretty clutch last time. We have Tasha's Hideous Laughter, or Thunder Wave. So which of these first level spells, chat, do you want to get rid of? So you're voting here, one of our last votes of the night, not the last one, but almost the last. You're going to vote for one of these spells to go. Yeah, well, Yeah, but here's the thing, though, Dragon. EA did do some of that because look at what they did with Jedi Fallen Order. Again, Jedi Fallen Order, that has to be seen in the context of that's really surprising, that game to me. Jedi Fallen Order is a single-player game. It's a game with a minimum of microtransactions. It's a game where they focus on story. They actually nailed a lot of the gameplay. I don't like the combat. I've talked about that because I don't like Dark Souls combat. But in general, I thought that game was exceptionally good. That was EA, and that's single player, and that's not an MMO. So if they're going to let, if they're going to let companies do stuff like that, then maybe EA is going to do something like that, Yeah, but they could have, though, Dragon. They could have. I mean, yeah, it was made without their direction, but they could have directed it. They chose to back off. Why? They proved in doing stuff with Battlefront. They effed up Battlefront. The new Battlefront had all the same microtransactions, all the same, like DLC nonsense. It was all the same stuff. So that was a Star Wars game. EA could easily, and that was EA could easily have done the same thing to Jedi Fallen Order they did with Battlefront. And they didn't. Even with the cosmetic options, they could have done that, and they didn't. So, yeah, that's probably true, Rudnell. I know, but I'm saying they made Battlefront, which is also a Star Wars game, they made Battlefront in all the worst ways, right? The new Battlefront had all the microtransactions, all the worst stuff. They may have fixed some problems with it now, but when they first released it, it was a microtransaction-riddled mess. That was a Star Wars game. So they could have made that, kept the rights, done microtransactions again. But with Fallen Order, they released a Star Wars game. They allowed a game to be released that wasn't microtransaction-based and that wasn't multiplayer. That was single-player. So to me, they get credit from my point of view. Oh my God, Darkside Rob! Oh. Thank you, Rob. What's going on, bro? Rob, how the hell are you, my friend? It's good to see you. Yeah, I know, but still. What's up, Nonstop? Good to see you, Rob. Good to see you, my friend. What's up? Hello, Raiders from Darkside Rob. I hope you had a good stream today. Normally, I've been raiding you. I appreciate you raiding me. I thank you so much. Last call. These are on votes. This is voting to get rid of a first level spell. Thank you, Raiders. All right. Dark Sinner is suggesting Charm Person could double us up. Detect Magic can cover more situations. I can see arguments for either one of these. I mean, I would not get rid of Healing Word. I'll tell you right now. I think that has been proven to be too successful, too valuable. So I think it's good to keep on that. The other ones, I think you can make an argument for all of them. Hideous Laughter obviously was useful. Thunderwave we didn't get a chance to use, but that obviously has the benefit of affecting more than one creature, so that's good. So if you're going to get rid of these two between Charm Person and Detect Magic, it's a tough call. I could see it going either way on this one. I mean, any of these spells I think are legitimate possibilities other than Healing Word, which I would not get rid of just because I don't think that's a good idea. So... Right, exactly, Rudnell. Trust me, I'm not giving EA... I mean, EA has had big problems, okay? Like, EA has done a lot of bad stuff. But I gotta give him credit where credit is due, because if we don't do that, then EA is going to basically be like, well, the hell with it. Like, they obviously... No one is ever going to like us, so whatever. This is why they need praise. Yeah, exactly. Oh, God, get Trent talking about Spore. EA needs praise when it does something right. And it did something right with Fallen Order. And it needs to do that because this is another reason that I put so much that I did so much praise for Square Enix's Final Fantasy VII remake, which I would argue is maybe the best remake ever made. One of my favorite games of the last decade. It was great, and they didn't need it to be great, and they made it into something they didn't need to make it into, in a good way, in a positive way. It was stunning to me. So again, Square has made a lot of mistakes, but if you don't give them credit when they get something right, then they're just going to continue to do the crap they always do. like, for example, Activision. And, you know, when EA does something bad, I'm happy to jump on board and tell them that they're bad again. So, for sure. Thank you again for the raid, everybody. What was Rob playing tonight, by the way? And we're going to close this. Okay, so Detect Magic is gone. Sorry, Dark Sinner. Looks like Detect Magic is out for now. Although, again, you know, you'll be able to revisit this in a future level. But so we've got Charm Person, Healing Word, Tasha's Hideous Laughter, and Thunder Wave on first level. Second level is Hold Person and Shatter. We've got 4 first level spell slots, and we've got 2 second level spell slots. Also, just a quick reminder that a lot of these spells on first level you can cast using a second level spell slot, and it will give you more of a benefit to that. So, for instance, if you were to use Healing Word at first level, Healing Word does 1d4 plus our spellcasting ability modifier. When you cast it at second level, it's 2d4 plus your spellcasting modifier. So that's the second spell slots can be used to cast second level spells, but you can also cast a lot of first level spells using a second level slot. So that's just something to keep in mind of it. Yeah, I agree, Rudno. Yep. Yeah, I hear you, Dark Sinner. I hear you. But, you know, I understand chat's argument too. Like, Charm Person also has value. But, you know, we will see what happens. We'll rue the day. The first time we run into the magic detection monster, right? At that point, you're just going to be like, damn it, I told you. Okay. So let me save this, and then we will just, because people showed up, we're going to play just a little bit longer. Okay, we're going to play just a little bit longer, but it is late, and I do need to get to bed at some point. But, okay, so here we are, folks. We have had a long rest. We are at, we've got all our spell slots. We got everything going on. We're good to go. Okay. Agreed, Rudnell, yep. So, you eventually find your way back to camp, where you find Suyuan gazing down. Oh, wait, I already talked about this. Right, he's itching to make a legacy. So, we have to do a crucial quest. Once again, we depart Suyuan and the Finfolk to go on a crucial quest. This time, you must find more information on the cloaked figure at the ruins of Azaketh. Now, people who are just coming here, who just came into the channel. So, we went down to help the Finfolk. And we did this because the Finfolk have helped us in the past, and the Finfolk needed, I just realized I do not need to show all of that now, so let me minimize that. We went down to help the Finfolk. They were having trouble with the lizard folk, who apparently are acting in this sort of evil way, and they didn't know why. So we had to go into this lizard folk lair. We had a run-in with a poisonous snake, and then we had a run-in with a lizard folk guy and a robed man. We defeated the lizard folk warrior. It was not an easy fight, but we beat him. But the other dude at that point showed up, or the figure said basically, "You will not resist Azaketh," and then he vanished into the air. And what was left behind was this statue of apparently Azaketh, this lizard folk guy with a staff and a sword. And so now this guy from the Finfolk, Suyuan, has asked us to find more information on the cloaked figure and to find more in the ruins of Azaketh. You remind yourself to be vigilant because that robed figure wanted you dead for some reason. Okay. No, we don't need a cantrip. Still only know 2. Still only know 2 cantrips. Level 4, you go up to 3, Dark Sinner. Ah, yes. Well, this guy, though, in fairness, though, the spelling of this guy is Siyuan. It's like Siwan, really, like almost like 1T. And he doesn't look like a Sohogun. He's not like that. No, it's level 4. Level 4. I might have said something like that. There were a lot of things going on. Okay. Your journey through the forest has been quite uneventful, although I am going to drop one of our rations because we did rest. So I am going to... Oh, no, actually, they fed us, right? So never mind. 6 days. That's fine. Journey through the forest has been quite uneventful. Aside from a random woodland critter or acorn falling from a tree, there were no disruptions. You eventually come across the ancient ruins you are seeking. This is made abundantly clear by the wreckage of the temple structure ahead. You see two giant statues standing taller than 15 feet high, representing twin snakes. In the middle of them, the path continues forward into what you now know to be the ruins of Azaketh. You pass through the twin snakes and a cold shudder runs down your spine. There is certainly an aura of unease afoot. You continue down the path but remain vigilant, and soon after entering, you reach an intersection. I'm going to show you that intersection, not by clicking whatever the hell that was, but by doing this. I'm going to show you this on here. So just bear with me 1 second, chat. This is... Okay. Okay. All right, chat. So this is what you see. Okay. And let me just get the placement of this right. So bear with me 1 second so I can get the orientation of it right. Let me see. Yes, that's correct, actually. Okay. So we are coming from the left-hand side. So we're coming from the west here. And here's what we see. So we pass through the twin snakes. A cold shudder runs down our spine. There is certainly a sense, an aura of unease afoot. You continue down the path but remain vigilant. Soon after entering, you reach an intersection. The road diverges left and right, and by that they mean to the north or the south, if you're looking at this map. However, it also drops off in front of you 50 feet into a gorge. On the other side of the gorge, the ground extends back up 50 feet to your current altitude. Atop that area seems to be a crumbling temple, but there is no apparent way to reach the temple from your current location. So, the question is, chat, do you want to continue north, which is basically going up? You can see that we're coming from the west, right? So you can either go north, which is to go up. You can go south, which is basically kind of like southeast, like bending down, you can see to the southeast there. Or we can explore the gorge. So this is probably going to be our last vote of the day, I think. So the question is, do we go... continue north? Do we continue south? Or explore the gorge? Alright, chat, what are we going to do? The Egyptian god of hydroponics. So, for those of you just new to this, by the way, $ vote space and the number will get you that vote. So $ vote space 1 is continue north. $ vote space 2 is continue south. $ vote space 3 is explore the gorge. What would you like to do? I see. Chat has decided to turn left, it looks like to me. Chat's like, screw that gorge. I am... I'm not going that way. Snakes in that... Yeah, that's true. And you feel like we're not going to be able to mock them anymore, right? Is that the idea? That's funny. All right, we're going to close this because it seems pretty clear. Chat wants to go north. Okay, so north it is. Was that? Oh, okay, weird. Right. Okay, so continue north it is. So that means we're going to go here. The path opens to a wide area. And it's actually a wide area that I am going to show you by doing this, by cropping that, by saving this as... Okay. All right, chat, this is what you see. Oops, sorry. Put that down there. Much better. Okay. So this is what we see. The path opens to a wide area. The ruin here is quite apparent, as there appears to be nothing left here that has any semblance of structural integrity. At one time, the edges of this area were enclosed by the massive stone temple's walls. However, it deteriorated to nothing but rubble. Debris is scattered about the area. So, we have a couple of options here. You could go back to the south. You could go up to the east, basically, so where that sort of area is, where the area that you can see that, like, there's a little bush there almost. So you could go that way. Looks like that's, yeah, so it looks like that's that. Okay, yeah. So you could do that. You could go east. Or you could investigate this area. So, I lied. This will be your last vote. What should we do? So we could go back. We could continue to the east, or investigate the area. Go ahead and get your votes in. If we had detect magic, we could see if there was anything magical into the rubble. Yes, that is true. That cannot be denied. That could theoretically have happened. You've seen the Grand Canyon, it's true. Okay. Investigate the area. Or go on somewhere else. All right. Looks like a lot of people want to investigate. Yeah, it's true. Well, what about the Corn Palace, though? I have seen the Corn Palace. It's a bunch of corn cobs. Know what I'm saying? Okay, so I'm going to close this. It looks like chat is ready for this. So, Rock God, I'm going to have you roll for this one, please. And yes, we get to use our new shiny expertise. So, investigation, which is based on intelligence, but we have 2 times proficiency. So, that means we're proficient in investigation, which means we have 1 for our intelligence bonus, plus twice 2, so 4. So we have plus 5. So investigation plus 5. So if you could please roll a d20 plus 5 for me, Rock God, if you could be so kind. Let's see what we get. That's funny, Rudnell. Rockod, you still with us? We are closing up shop here in a minute, but I was hoping at least to get through just this vote. Just this roll. You with us, Rockod? Maybe. Maybe yes, maybe no. Yeah, you might as well do that, Wispy. We also, it's getting late, so also could be some sleepy. Sleep is for the weak. Well, no, you're much stronger if you do get sleep, believe me. Oh, no. Yeah, I've had situations, obviously, you know, not when I'm streaming, but usually at the worst possible times, at times when I'm just, you know, when I need to get work done or something. Alright, we need that D20 plus 5 as soon as Wispy is back. No, never fallen asleep in class. I will admit to having fallen asleep once when I was a freshman in college, and I was at a 9 a.m. class, which was some kind of, and I found history very interesting, but this guy had a voice that was very much like this, and he usually spoke this way. And it was the fall semester, it was a chilly fall, and we were I was in the back of this room with like 120 other kids, and it was near like this like heating system or whatever. So like so there's like this rum go to sleep. So I was just like, man. Okay, 8 plus 5 equals 13. Yeah, exactly. So it's funny because my notes from that time basically had me like writing notes, like I'm like writing my notes normally or whatever. And then I get to this one part where like the notes start to trail off and there's just a line. And then there's that classic like, huh, like you jerk awake and like, so it's like watching an EKG or something, right? It's like, oh my God, just unbelievable. Okay. Anyway, that's the only time I've ever fallen asleep in class as a student. I have never fallen asleep in almost 30 years of teaching as a teacher. That would have been pretty embarrassing. Okay. Right. Okay, so that was a 13. Okay. As you investigate the ruin, you think you have discovered something important, but it proves to be quite counterproductive. For as you search, a giant snake strikes out from the wreckage. Giant Snake 2! Son of Snake! So this is a poisonous snake, but it is a giant poisonous snake. And we are not going to be doing that today. We are going to be ending at that spot, and we will start by fighting a giant poisonous snake. So let me just mark down here that our save point... 4A. Fighting giant poisonous snake. A cliffhanger, exactly. All right. So that's going to be good times. But having said all of that, this was a good session, folks. We got a lot done. We got, first of all, the Potion of Healing. We got the Azaketh Relic. We got some rations. We got some gold, 91 gold, 0 silver. We leveled up and did that, and we also cleared out the lizard lair. And we've got, of course, this place. And if we can survive this battle against the, son of snake, brother of snake, snake's brother, serpent 2, the serpenting, serpent hard with a vengeance, all that. If we get through that, then we will, we will have been successful and we'll have done what we needed to do. But in the meantime, I think we should feel pretty good that we ended up doing what we wanted to do in the end. And exploring Farador Keep. So, good progress tonight. Snakes on the plains. Yeah, it's going to be cool. So, we will see what happens with what else happens in this place. I have a feeling there's going to be a kind of snake theme to all this, but But I hope people enjoyed this. If you did, this will be back, by the way. This was September 30th, so this is going to be back in November. So in November, the month after next, although it's technically October now, but we started in September, so that counts. So in November, we will be playing more of this, and if we make progress like this, we might actually, I don't know if we'd finish, but we would certainly get pretty far along. We made some pretty good steps, so I have a snaking feeling, indeed. It's a hedge snake as opposed to a funky water snake. But this was great. I hope you folks enjoyed yourself as much as I did. And again, Effect Life's work here was really, really helpful. It did a lot. Yes, I would like to close the application. And now I can get rid of that. I'm going to remove that. I'm going to get rid of this. I'm going to keep that though. Oh shoot! What did I just do? Okay, like that. There's that, and I'm going to remove that. Okay, and then I'm going to get rid of that off of this scene, which I don't use as such particularly very much. And then I'm going to go like this and go zip. And there we are. Good stuff, chat. You have a snake that lives in your cabin and eats rats? Oh my goodness. I mean, that's good to eliminate the rats. He met a lady snake. Snake Musk. But I'm a big fan of the idea of getting rid of the rats. That's definitely. It's reminding me of Rikki Tikki Tavi, taking out the snake, right? The ferret, the mongoose, right, which takes out the snake. So, but good stuff today, folks. We had a very good session today, and I am very pleased with how this went. Also, solid turnout with a couple of excellent raids in there as well. So that was great. I inspire the snake. No. Yeah, it was a good time. I am going to be back here tomorrow, though, or I guess later tonight, sometime around 7 p.m. Eastern, roughly speaking, where we're going to be playing some Lost in Random, and I'm going to try to make some good progress on that. And then remember, on Sunday, a special and unusual, I don't do it very much, Sunday stream. There's often a lot of Sunday streams on here, but I'm not usually streaming because I have, stuff I have to get done the next day. It's a school night, basically. But this Sunday is going to be an exception. I'm going to be playing with Expedition from the Mysterious Peaks, so that crew will be back from 7:30 to 9:30, and you're going to want to make sure you do that, that you are back for that as well, because that's going to be a good time. So Lost in Random tomorrow and Expedition from the Mysterious Peaks on Sunday. And I hope you folks did enjoy what you saw and heard today, and if so, I hope you will consider following the channel. I hope you will consider checking out the YouTube with !ArvTube. Thank you for those of you who have been subscribing to it. A few more people have subscribed of late, which is great. I hope we can continue to keep that up because it's free for you, but it really does make a difference for us. Exactly. That's true. That is a problem. I would totally agree with that. So there's that. And I want to thank everyone for having been awesome in this. And if so, if you liked it, then I hope you will consider checking out not just the YouTube, but also the Discord with !ArvCord. Twitter is !ArvTweets. Website is arvaneleron.com. And financially, !ArvTreon is the Patreon. That's the one sitting right there. That really does make a difference. It is the financial backbone of the channel. So any support that you can give towards there really does make a difference. Thank you if you've supported already. Subbing to the channel, again, is also really useful, and a few of you have done that tonight, so thank you so much for that. Those custom sub badges and emotes and everything to use everywhere across Twitch, plus inspirations. I will have to reset inspirations. In fact, now that I'm thinking about it, I'm going to mark down. I have to reset inspirations. I have to do Patreon video, and I have to do the COS notes because we've reached the beginning of October. So I'll just have to make sure I do that when I get the chance, although I've definitely got a lot of stuff on my plate. So it will happen as soon as it can happen, basically. Yeah. But anyway, so the Patreon and then subbing to the channel is really great. And again, supporting me on the publishing side, !Icarus for my Icarus graphic novel, !Library. Very much What Arudinel said is true. I tried to make it so that they don't overlap too much, so that if you subscribe to the channel, you get those emotes, for example. That's something you can't get with Patreon. But Patreon lets you to get stuff that you can't get through subbing, like, for example, the epic poem, the character background, stuff like that. And I do get a better cut out of it. It's true if you do it with Patreon. But also, I'm happy, subs are also valuable too. So I don't want to, I'm cool on however you want to support me is very much appreciated. So, but anyway, yes, so custom sub edges and all that kind of stuff. Exclamation point Icarus for my Icarus graphic novel from Athos Arts. Exclamation point library for my Tales and Tomes from the Forbidden Library. That's my 5e adventure and source book from Alligator Alley Entertainment. And exclamation point Greyshade for my Greyshade novel. Came out on May 31st. That link that you see on Greyshade, if you put that in, that will bring you over where you can get order a copy of Greyshade. You can pre-order a copy of Renegade or Heretic, which are the two sequels to this, coming out in 2023 and 2024 respectively. The TTRPG, being done by one Mr. Brandon O'Brien, will be coming out next year as well. You can pre-order that as well. And also the audiobook from one Mr. Trent Sparks. That is also something you can do there as well. Gray Snake. Listen, I understand. There's no reason to not believe that snakes are not on the brain, given what we dealt with tonight. So exclamation point Greyshade for all of that support would be appreciated. And as always, exclamation point BLM, Black Lives Matter, very important to affirm and assert the significance and importance of Black lives. Exclamation point help now. Oh my God, a bad trivia band. There was a band that I knew in high school that used to come around that got hired by a group that was called Tire Biter. They were so bad. They were not. Yeah, they were not good. But I was thinking about Whitesnake when you said Gray Snake, and they were like in that vein, but worse. It was not so good. Anyway, exclamation point help now for the World Health Organization page on suicide prevention. Very important to reach out to others when you need help and to reach out to others when they need help as well. I'm just going to let that JRAB and Arudinel interaction just pass without further comment. I think it stands on its own. And of course, exclamation point Ukraine, to help the people of Ukraine as they fight back against an illegal and illegitimate war. This is a small way for us to work together to help these folks as they fight back in a brave way against this devastating event. So we are going to do a raid tonight. We had a decent turnout tonight, and we are going to raid someone. The way that raids works are very simple. If you are not a sub, you're going to do this. The Arvanauts have landed, followed by Twitch raid, lowercase Twitch, uppercase R, lowercase AID. If you are a sub, then please do this. Arvany Hype, and then you've got the Arvanauts have landed. You've got Arvany Roar, Arvany Witch, Arvany What, Arvany Smug, Arvany Woe, Arvany Love, Arvany Blown, all the Arvanys when you are brought over auto-magically to the person that we are going to be raiding this evening. And otherwise, remember, I'm going to be back to you lovely folks 7 p.m. on Saturday night for some Lost in Random, so I hope you will join me for that. Thank you to everyone tonight. Thank you to my wonderful mods, Arudinel, Dragonspear, JRAB, Rock God, Triffity Mats, the best mods in the business. Thank you to my and Emily the Honored, who was here earlier. Thank you to my wonderful Patreon supporters and subscribers, to Arudinel, Dragonspear, JRAB, Rock God, Triffity Mats, Nonstop, Wispy Song, Blackberry Bear, Crit Twitch, Mrs. Dunsel, and Prince Justin. Thank you, thank you. And thank you to my viewers. Thank you to Alien Gathering, to Axeman. Thank you to Sea Theft. Thank you to Dark Sinner. Thank you to Divinorium. What's up, Div? Thank you to Phoenix. Thank you to Lakaylee, Lanaray, Light and Passion. What's up, Light? Thank you to Massive. Thank you to Myriad. Thank you to PKD Fan. What's up, PKD? Thank you to Shrounce. Thank you to Spurious. What's up, Spurious? Thank you to Swarm of Cats. Thank you to TNS Mephiston. Good to see you, TNS. And thank you to Valentine Alcaraz. Thank you to all of you lovely folks. And thank you as well to the Mandy and to Darkside Rob for the raids tonight. Thanks, everybody. I will catch you folks tomorrow. Have a good night, Arudinel. Sleep well. And as I always say, stick around for the raid. As I always say, folks, much love to all of you, and everyone, please be good to each other. And I'll catch you Saturday night, 7 p.m. for some Lost in Random. Until then, have a good evening and stick around for the raid.